Right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for turning up. I'm sorry that I was the one that kept everyone delayed. But we're okay. I can't believe so many people came. It's absolutely fantastic. In theory, we're also streaming online. So yeah, welcome to the start of ICCC, I guess, kind of day zero, and the Computational Creativity and Games Workshop. A few announcements, most of which are irrelevant for the stream, but we don't have lunch for you today, which gives you a chance to explore Park City, and we'll go out in groups, I'm sure. We may just bombard the same restaurant, all 20-odd of us, which would be quite fun. So don't worry about that. Presenters, we currently only have HDMI, but we have various adapters and things. If there are any problems, are any of the speakers in the first session without an HDMI or a Mac, basically? No? Sounds good. Okay. Everything's going to work out then. That'll be fine. And we've got everything working. The sound is hopefully working. We will try and insert some breaks in the day so you're not all overwhelmed. Chong Yu couldn't be here. I'm really sorry about that. He sends his apologies. I just want to thank Chong Yu because he saved my butt on numerous occasions and did a huge amount of work making this happen today. So all of the things that went right, all of the little tweaks to the website and things like that were all his thanks. So huge thanks to him, and I think he's on stream. So hey, Chong Yu, if you're watching. We are streaming live. If you're speaking and you don't want to be streamed or recorded, just let me know before your talk. It's really not a problem. No one minds. And that's all I have to say, really. Thank you so much. Welcome. For the last 5 years, I've been zigzagging between computational creativity conferences and games conferences. And now I don't have to anymore. We can just do this forever, which is much easier for me. I don't have to travel as much. So we've got 2 sessions today. There's a sound and vision session in the morning, some lunch in the evening. In the afternoon, there's going to be kind of game designy stuff and maybe some chit-chat, kind of a session in the evening, in the late afternoon, where I'm hoping the games folks and the CC folks will get to mix and share ideas and talk to each other. And we've got a nice special talk that's hopefully going to kick that off as well. And yeah, I hope it's going to be a great day. So without further ado, I'm going to clumsily pass the microphone over to Amy and begin the first session. So.
All right. Hopefully that's okay. This microphone, I'll stand over here. So hi everyone, I'm Amy Hoover, and I'm presenting work that I've done with Julian and Yorgos Yannakakis today. I'm currently a postdoc at the University of Malta. Oh, I hope this doesn't start going. So the title of my talk is Composing Video Game Levels with Music Metaphors Through Functional Scaffolding. The motivation is that a lot of the really awesome creative things that people do in different fields really combines elements from disparate domains. And we can see that in these sort of motivational quotes from some real creatives, like Ray Bradbury, who says, stuff your head with more different things from various fields. Okay, kind of cool. This idea of combining domain knowledge. And this from Brian Eno, which I particularly like, who's a musician, if you aren't familiar. You should stay alert for the moment when a number of things are just ready to collide with one another. And so often in computational creativity, we're looking to automate parts of the creative process, or we're looking to help enhance creativity. We'd like the products often to be perceived as creative. But what we see in generative music and in some PCG approaches in games is that when we derive these representations in these algorithms, we are taking almost explicitly from the domain, which makes sense because we're trying to do a particular thing in a particular domain. But the question is, are we missing something by doing this? If we take a representation from a different domain to do something, or from a domain to do something else, is there more that we can find? Is there more to explore? And so what can we discover by generating content in one domain from information taken from another. And so what I'll be presenting today is a proof of concept where we take two linear domains. Here, I'm sure games people are tired of seeing Super Mario Brothers, but as we know, there are tons of different tools available for people generating levels with Super Mario Brothers. And music, although we don't often think of music as linear, there's good argument, which I'll get to in a second, for why it is. And so the aim is to generate Super Mario Brothers levels from a representation originally designed to generate music. And so as I mentioned previously, first, they have to have some commonality, even though they're different domains. There needs to be something in common. And so both of these share this idea of linearity. And these are a bunch of different types of games that you could say are linear and without much argument. You're sort of pushed through the level from beginning to end. And when you listen to music, you're sort of pushed through it as well. You're listening to it at the tempo that it's being played. There's a beginning, a middle, and an end. I suppose you could pause it maybe. It would be one minor argument that you can make. But generally, they're both very linear experiences. You also see in music repeated themes and motifs, as you see in video game levels. And maybe most importantly, especially in the context of Super Mario Brothers and music, is that they're both polyphonic. And we don't normally think of video game levels that way, but you can think, well, music is obviously polyphonic. And what that means for people unfamiliar is there are multiple instruments. So in a given popular piece, you may have a bass part, a guitar part, a voice part, a drum part. Okay, so polyphonic. But in video game levels, you have things like a ground file. So you have the ground at which the character may be running on. You have things like in Mario Brothers, coins and question marks that are all reliant on each other. Music, it's very important the way that it interacts. Otherwise, we wouldn't be hearing a very pleasant experience. And the same for the video game levels, which sometimes they may not be playable if they're not interacting appropriately. And so some background here is the representation from which we will be generating video game levels. And so the music algorithm that we'll be using is called functional scaffolding for musical composition, which is based on implicit mathematical properties of music. And so what this means is that we can think of music as, because it's repeating patterns over time, we can think of a musical part as a function of time. And so if you take your favorite popular piece again with a bass part, a guitar part, a drum part, a vocal part, you can look at each one of those as a function of time. And again, they have these functional relationships to each other. As we listen to them, we hear the sounds play off of each other. And so maybe standing here is a little bit better. So in functional scaffolding for musical composition, we start with something that a human's composed. And you can see the human at the keyboard. This is 4 measures of a song, Scarborough Fair, and the idea is that we are representing this as a function. And what we're looking for in the way that music is composed in this way is by searching for a function g of t that will be generated by the computer that sounds good with what we started with. And so rather than looking for g of t alone, which can be, you would have to encode a bunch of different musical rules to get to this point, we actually generate a helper function that creates this piece of music. And so here's just an example. This is a human-composed piece down here. There's a function right here that takes as input the human composition at the bottom, creates this G1 up here. We feed both of those in to get this third piece up here. And then all 3 are fed in to get this third one up here. And so your final piece looks something like that. And so here's the Mario AI benchmark that a lot of people are using. It's, again, widely used, based on a clone of Super Mario Brothers. And there are tons of APIs for agents that can play the game and for level generators. And the levels themselves are represented as matrices. And so in this case, the matrix would be a 200, a width of 200. So you start at the beginning to the end. There are 200 different tiles for Mario to run through. And there are 15, if Mario could jump that high or get up that high, there are 15 different tiles in height. And so the central metaphor of what we're doing is that video game levels are like music composition. We can, by looking at a video game level as the ground file on its own, which is super important for the level itself, and is like the bass is super important in a popular piece of music. A lead guitar may be something like the question marks in Super Mario Brothers, percussion like coins, and you can continue this on and on. In functional scaffolding, we have this idea of tonal height, maybe, or pitch. So the pitch of the instrument is very important. And in Super Mario Brothers, the position of the bricks or the coins is very important. So the tonal height corresponds to this idea of the height of different elements in the game. And again, these voices are very interdependent on each other in both music and in the game generation. And so here is similar to what I just showed you with music, the idea applied to generating levels for Super Mario Brothers. I didn't change this icon, so we can pretend like he's coding video games here. But this f of t is human composed, and this isn't a whole level, as you can see. Like we weren't generating whole pieces of music. This is a snippet of a level, but we're doing it for the entire level at a time. So you can see here the ground file. Great. So what we're trying to do is start with something like a ground file and find a function to generate these bricks up here. And so once we generate those bricks, we'd like to feed them back into another function to get something like question marks that you see up here. And then finally, let's take all of that information and generate something like a tube. And so eventually we'd like to see pieces of levels like this. And that's the general idea. And so the way that we do this, the way that we find these functions right here, h of 3, is through evolving artificial neural networks. And for people unfamiliar with them, I think the best way to think about artificial neural networks is just as function generators, which relates back to the H example. But they're evolved through neuroevolution of augmenting topologies. And so the input could be one, as I showed you from the previous examples, or several voices. And plus there a certain number of look-back elements so that we have some variation available to learn from. And the output is the height of these different in-game items, like the ground, the question marks, the bricks. This is probably really complicated looking figure, but this right here is an artificial neural network, again, function generator. The inputs are a bias. This is just the ground in this case with different lookbacks, and the previous output to help us get or learn more variety. And so the input is represented by this ground file down here, and the output, we're trying to output a brick, which you can see the output up top, we get a bunch of cool bricks. So again, we're evolving to targets in this case. We take level 1 from each of the 8 different original worlds in Super Mario Brothers, and we use a fitness function to train to these levels. So what that means is that the closer something is to the target, the more points it gets. And so specifically, we use for false positives and negatives, we give a reward of 0. For true negatives, a reward of 1. And when it gets close but not quite, we give a slightly scaled reward. Here is an example of training with generations got cut off here, but from 0 to 1,000 generations, training Goombas from tubes, and we can see, or Goombas in tubes, and so we can see that the fitness is going up. We're getting closer and closer to the targets in this case, which is showing that training is working somewhat. And so here is our recreated levels from training. This, although I don't know how easy it is to see, this is the original World 1, Level 1 of Super Mario Brothers. This up top here in A. In B, we have what our networks are actually seeing. So that is our f of t in what we've been talking about. That is what the human has entered into the program. And then what we ended up generating here are these Koopas, which obviously that's not a great spot for a Koopa in this case, unless maybe we can generate platforms later. Tubes right here, and bricks over here. And so what you end up with is a playable level. There are aspects that look like they could be a little bit better. Like the tubes are a little bit boring. They're all the same height. The bricks, maybe a little bit boring. But we got a bunch of different varieties, which is exciting. This is one example of what we were able to find. Here is accompanying the designer. So this was a level made by one of the authors. And I wouldn't call this necessarily playable, although I don't know how he feels about it. These parts right here look a little complicated, but there are definitely some cool patterns to be learning from. And so we generate these additional voices to accompany what we have up here, and you can see those throughout here. The bricks have some interesting patterns, and the tube over here might actually help make it a little more playable. Whoops, the tube over here. And so, okay, these are two examples, but we were seeing some interesting results. But we definitely were not recreating the levels by any means through this evolving neural network method. It begs the question about our representation. We like the idea of functional scaffolding, but is there a way that we can still stay true to the idea of functional scaffolding and just work on how we are actually representing the items in the game? And it may just be a lack of regularities in the training set, since we only trained on 8 different levels. But again, as I noted before, we do see fitness increasing over time. Plans for the future is we would really like to build a tool to help people generate these types of levels based on this idea. Interactive evolution is my favorite. And so I'm trying to, at the moment, get these levels evolved. Because right now, when we find something cool, after training for a long time, you have to go through a ton of different files to find it, but interactive evolution could help us find that more quickly. It would be interesting to see what other aspects of music representation we could use to generate game levels. And maybe, again, with respect to the representation itself, maybe just even more than one tile at a time could be helpful, maybe a slice of tiles. Oops. And that is it for me.
Thanks very much. Do you want to take some questions?
Sure.
The thing I'd say is if you could repeat the question for the microphone.
Yeah, no problem. Aaron?
Yeah, in your examples, it looked like the later voices came in and filled in holes that were left by earlier voices.
Yes.
Are the voices allowed to overwrite, or not?
Not generally are they allowed to overwrite. It depends on, like tubes, for instance, will be, some are allowed to overwrite, some aren't generally, but I'd have to double check and make sure that they aren't.
And then similarly, like it seems like the way, like in that first example of, it's brick, bonus block, brick, bonus block.
Uh-huh.
Like that pattern is the two voices working together.
Yes, which is...
So if you do them independently, it's like, the creator who's thinking about it as a unique thing.
Yeah, so I already forgot to repeat the first question. I'm going to go ahead and answer that and then repeat the second question. But the hope is that we are finding regularities, not just... So, I mean, that in itself is a regularity. If you're training and you're getting brick and question mark next to each other, the hope is that through training we're going to recognize that, yeah, sure, we need that, we see that regularity, and we're going to try to reproduce that. And so we would train maybe like brick and question mark, first generate like the brick and question mark file, and then training to, or brick and ground file, training to the question mark, and then see what question marks come up. And they won't always, since we're not recreating the level, they're not always going to be in the places that they should be, but possibly some interesting places based on what they had seen previously in the different levels.
So I had a question about, well, it's kind of a question, but so I spoke to some game designers once who played. Have you played the game Knit Stories? It's a bit like Mario.
No.
It's a bit like Mario, but it comes with the level editor.
Mm-hmm.
And they would make like a screen and pass it on to the next designer, and they would make a screen and then pass it on to the next designer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, would that kind of approach work with functional scaffolding, or is it important that they're kind of overlapped and intermingled with each other? Because You see what I mean? Rather than doing.
I'm trying to think how I would even repeat the question. But I'm sorry, people listening. But so you're saying that someone would generate an entire level,
Like a section.
a section of an entire level, and then they would pass that on to generate a section of an entire level to the next designer to eventually create a complete piece. I don't think so at all, because I think that it's actually similar to an idea that I presented or that I was thinking about with the music representation, which if you have potentially choruses and verses, different sections of a piece of music could be functionally related to each other. And so if you represented each section of that level and the relationships within, and tried to take functions of those functions, the helper function, to the next section, I think that could potentially be interesting. Thank you.
I really enjoyed the paper.
Yeah, curious as to your thoughts on kind of how, like, a level designer working with this system, like, when do you think they might sort of rely on sort of the outputs of the system, and when they might want to go in and tweak it? Sort of like, where does sort of human authorial intent come in?
Right. So the question is, when does human authorial intent come in? It really, I think, depends on the designer and what they feel comfortable doing. In music creation, for instance, maybe somebody just has trouble with for me in particular, I can't make a drum beat. And so if a designer needs help placing something, I mean, you're probably not going to have a hard time putting coins or something simple like that, like into the Mario level. But there could be like singular voices that you want help placing in. Or you could need help with the whole thing at once. Does that begin to answer it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right.
Just as a question about functional scaffolding in general,
Uh-huh.
I'm not familiar with this paradigm.
Uh-huh.
Do you have to? Where does the ground or like the initial melody line come from?
Great.
Is there a way to strap that, like you want it to be fully autonomous generation, or does that always come from a human who's sort of seeding the process, or how do you bootstrap?
Right.
Functional.
So
functional scaffolding?
the question is, what is the scaffold in functional scaffolding? And in the past, it's always the scaffold has always been created by a human, but that is not necessary. You would need a different. The idea could take a piece of music that was generated by some sort of the ground level. It could be generated just sort of randomly or through some sort of rule-based system that a designer wanted to use, or the music itself could be randomly generated and then fed into the system. So, thank you.
Various bits of technology. You were great. Thanks very much. Clip it on anywhere. Don't worry too much about speaking into it. If you want to annoy the people on stream, just flick it with your finger. Okay. Sorry, did you say you would like a clicker? To stop
No,
you?
that's fine. I can, yeah.
Right, our next speaker, Phil, is speaking. We're going more further into sound and vision. I've just realised people on the stream can't hear me anyway, so it's moot. But yeah, please welcome our next speaker.
Hi everyone. I'm Phil Lopez. I'm also from Malta. I'm Malta representing here today. So I'm here to present Sonancia, which is part of a larger system, but it's sonifying procedural generated levels. So I would just like to start by talking about some of the background that decided or came about to this idea. So last year at ICCC, Antonis came here and presented a paper called Computational Game Creativity that's detailed digital games as multifaceted. So as a combination of audio, level design, visuals, gameplay, narrative, and a set of rules he dubbed Ludos. And that got me thinking about the idea of game blending, the idea of getting assets individually created by different designers, such as a composer and a level designer, and actually blending them to create like a playable experience. So that's kind of how Sonancia came about, which initially we're looking only at the interplay between audio and level design, but we expect it to evolve a bit further into the visuals as well. So right now, Sonantia, I'm looking at initial methodologies of how to adapt audio to procedurally generate levels. So how levels influence the audio. Some systems already explore the opposite, as for example, AudioSurf or VibRibbon, games that some people might have played, which take characteristics from the audio and actually generate a level. So right now, Sonantia is genre-specific. It's exploring the horror genre. And the reason for this is that horror is a good challenge and relies heavily on audio and level design. I'm not sure if a lot of people here played Amnesia, but one of the ways that I used to cheese my way through Amnesia was simply lowering the sound, and I thought, okay, now I can. So yeah, so we believe that horror is a good way to test our idea of blending audio and sound. Because if we're able to evoke that kind of negative emotion in players, it's a good initial step for our system. So I'm going to just talk briefly about our level generation system. It got, I think in the paper, it got like bad reviews saying, oh, yeah, you talk too much about the level generation, not much about the sound. So yeah, so the level generation is very standard. It's a genetic algorithm. Levels consist of a haunted manor with multiple rooms. This is a new version of the level generator. Already has monsters and objectives, which is the blue square, sub-objectives. So, yeah, it's nothing too special. The idea is the special comes from the sonification of this, sonifying this procedurally generated level with multiple characteristics. So in order to do this, we, in the version I presented at ICCC, or in the paper, we only extracted 2 features, but right now we have much more. So the idea of extracting features from levels is to give the sonification system enough information to actually adapt the audio to the level. So the paper in the paper, I talked about extracting the path that went from the start, which is here, to the finish, which I call the critical path, which is a name, and the real-time position. This is specifically for the real-time mixing of the sound. So the real-time position is the X and Y coordinates of the player and in which room he is currently. In the newest version, we actually extract the distribution of monsters within the levels, the size of the rooms, in order to actually apply some digital signal processing techniques, such as reverberation. Alternative paths is also being explored, as previous levels were strictly linear. For real time, we're also looking at neighboring rooms of the player's current position to actually apply stuff like low pass filters and the time that the player spends in the room. So we can actually add sounds if a player is just waiting in a room so that the sound doesn't get too boring. So let's talk specifically about the sound. So how do we put sound in levels? So we already have the features of the level. So how do we actually put sound? So currently we're using a sound bank of about 75 assets, human authored, mostly by myself. And I can give you some examples of the sounds. I didn't plug in, so. Here. Let me just turn off the volume here a bit. Probably too loud, I'm not sure. There's another one that I like. It's kind of a bell kind of thing. So technically we wanted to actually work with high fidelity audio. So that's why we're also using assets, sound assets. Each of these assets are tagged with instrument, note, octave, and attention. So the first 3 I think is self-explanatory. Tension is, we define it as feelings of anxiety. We're aware that this is a very fuzzy term at the moment, and we're looking at ways to improve on adding other kinds of affective states to music. it's not as simple. We've been looking at a lot of musical psychology about how tension and relaxation, that's kind of what we're using at the moment. So high values would signify a very tense sound, and low values would signify a relax or a breathing or a breathe. So the values are human empirical values of tension, but we're also looking at ways to improve this, which I'll talk to in a bit. So why is the reason to have this value of tension? It allows the sonification system to actually control the flow of the sound. So we could have, for example, a linear progression, such as this, which sounds are allocated to each room, and we'll start from a low tenseful sound and progress to a higher one until we reach the end of the level. Current version, we actually allowed multiple types of, as we call, curves, tension curves. I'm going to show later this one specifically, where it starts very high tense and again goes lower and goes to higher again. This allows the designer to actually parameterize the kind of tension he wants that level to be. This also affects the level generation as well, as the placement of monsters is also affected by these curves. So now that we actually put the audio in the level, so audio is loaded into memory, it's important to actually play them. And we don't want to play them all at the same time because that wouldn't make sense. So we're required to use a real-time mixing technique, which is controlled by the sonification system. And currently it's a very simple mixing technique, which simply controls the volume based on the position of the player. So as you approach the next room, the volume of the next room will increase and lower. I actually have an example which is better than me explaining here. Cheers. So sounds are looped, and as the player actually approaches the next room, we'll start hearing the sound that is associated to the next room. So this level is actually a V tension. So it starts with a high tense sounds, and then it goes to a more relaxed state here in the middle. Sorry about the bass. I think we get the idea. So, future. So we're actually looking at crowdsourcing for the audio tagging system, and actually for audio generation as well. Specifically for the effects of how several digital signal processing functions, I guess, I don't know, could potentially affect the sound as well, and alter the sound in different ways. We're also trying to improve the audio mixing solutions by using pure data. Actually, the original already uses a version of libpd with pure data and MIDI, MIDI rendering, MIDI composition, and obviously signal processing, which is very interesting. We're also currently I have the 3D level generation system totally ported into Unity, and we're looking at sonifying in 3D. So it's a different way of placing audio, as positioning matters more. As if I'm looking towards that direction, I expect the sound to come from that direction, or the sound emanating from the floor or from neighboring rooms, etc. And we can potentially have more than just one sound within the same room, for example. And that's it. I would like just to thank the C2Learn project that funded me to be here, I guess, and the auto game design, and Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I kind of rushed.
No questions. Does anyone have any questions?
So I'll start with asking sort of, did I really listen properly to the talk question?
Yes.
So how were the sounds selected again? You evolved the level layout.
Yes.
And after that, you select sounds.
Yes. So sounds are kind of picked based on instrument. We have two ways of picking sounds. So there's one way that we can allow the designers to give more variability in the instrument selected, to actually allow them to say, oh, if you select this instrument, give less probability to select the same instrument sound asset. Or we can just, select instruments randomly. And then, based on tension, it will reorder how it is positioned within the level. So each sound asset is associated to one room. Because if we would associate various sound assets to one room, because we're working in 2D specifically, it would just sound jumbled, sound like
and
weird.
how do you select? So each sound has a tension value.
Yes.
And you just select it based
Yes, exactly. And based on also the tension curve. So if there's a high value, the designer wants high values of tension at the beginning, it will select high value tension assets to be placed at the beginning. Yeah.
How do you determine the tension of the sound waves?
Yes, that's one of the main weaknesses at the moment, and that's why we're looking at crowdsourcing it. Because first we want to actually define what tension is specifically. If it's just a combination of different affective states, such as unease, worry, fear, stress, or can we just take it as a general thing, as tension is something that makes you stand up and actually, worry or general term, and actually just work on relaxation or tension or something.
You should also probably look into how the interplay between different sound waves actually create different tensions.
Yes, that's a good idea. Yes.
That might not sound very tense by itself. If you play them together,
That's true. We're actually for the audio mixing, we're actually looking at ideas of having because one of the main problems of using high quality assets is that you really lose control of what you can do with them. So the reason why we're also just using volume is that if we modify the signal too much, it will just sound broken and bad, because if we just, just like if you plug a guitar into an amplifier and put the volume up to the max, it will just crackle. So that's kind of a balance. So what we're looking at is having, in the background, high-quality sound and using pure data or more granular approaches for the real-time mixing situations. Sure.
So I was always under the impression that the dissonance of a lot of the sounds that you hear in horror games kind of ask for attention. And I noticed that you had octave, and did you have pitch?
Yes. Actually, not in the version that I showed you, but right now, yes, we do. I am creating assets with various pitches.
So it was really compelling when you walked up to the door, because I was getting nervous,
Yes.
Square going through the door. Really, it's a totally work. Really
That's good. That's good to know.
But one thing I think of is that maybe tension as an absolute value isn't that important. It's more like a relative change.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to remember what the tension was in the first room when I get to the last room. So it's more like,
Well,
I'm going to the door, here it goes,
yes.
6 pieces, and then you can bring it back down. Is that true, or
Can you repeat the question for the stream?
Sorry.
My question was, can you talk about the difference between absolute tension and relative tension?
So the question is the difference between absolute tension and relative tension. So that's a big problem, because tension is something that is a combination of different affective states. So, and there's a lot of study based on, specifically in music psychology, that sound can affect multiple states, and it's not that one-to-one. Some people can actually perceive one kind of sound as something different. So in order to, balance that, or I don't know, it's simply, I don't know how to answer that actually. So yeah, I mean, it's basically trying to optimize it closer to the tension curve that the designer defined. So it's that difference. Currently, in actually apply that in to the genetic algorithm process at the moment, and we try to close that distance because an asset obviously will never be one-to-one to the curve that the designer defined. So it will try to close that gap as much as possible using a GA. So that's currently how we're approaching that. But not sure if I answered your question, though.
There you go. Yes. So often in horror games, there are sounds that are triggered by events. So
Exactly.
Like, the monster comes out and suddenly is in front of you, and makes you jump out of your seat, and there's a sound that comes along with that. It doesn't seem like your architecture at present handles that kind of thing. And what do you?
I mean, right now it doesn't, but I have been looking at that because one of the features that we are currently extracting is the amount of time the player, idles in a room. So we could potentially add sounds in order to push the player forward or to trigger something in order to just make him like, oh, get the hell out of that room, or just progress throughout the level, things like that. And technically, this is already using kind of triggers because we're placing audio assets, and it will play once the player, for example, passes the door, which is kind of the definition of, I guess, a trigger, I would say. I'm not sure if you agree, though.
Yeah, it's just, I guess I would, to then have that trigger on a monster, I'd have to model a monster like a door or something, right? So it sort of feels
okay, you're saying attaching sounds to monsters or to other objects.
Or
Yes.
reveals or certain events happening. In
Sure. No, right now we're not. That's not. No.
And so I guess maybe the more general question is, would it be best to have sort of like a combination of location and event, or is it better to just maybe have it be event only, and then maybe the background music is maybe more constant from place to place, but it's these events that are driving the tension? And so I don't know, which really drives attention? Is it really the location, or is it really the things happening in the location?
I mean, for me, I think it's the combination of both, because once you're exploring this environment and you feel that everything's safe, but then something triggers like, oh, actually, you're not really safe here. You feel like that, I think, drives tension, drives like unease. And I mean, I feel that's something that would be added into the level generation specifically, as those are kind of events that would trigger and then inform the sonification system, oh, there's going to be an event here. And then the sound the sonification system would attribute a defined tension of asset sound to that specific event. So, I mean, yes. So I think it's a combination of both level and audio in that aspect, for me at least.
How sort of universal do you think these features of horror game sound design are? Are you mimicking a particular studio style or sort of general features?
Well, yeah, right now I'm mimicking a particular style with horror. But we want to have more combination of assets that are not specific to horror and be able to pick from different kinds of sounds and actually create levels that are not just for specifically horror games.
I was thinking even within horror, some designers are characterized by saying making more use of jump scares and more use of adrenaline
yes.
and so on. Going for a particular feel?
Yeah, we're going for more of a I guess, explorational kind of games, such as Amnesia, where as you explore, tension rises, and not so much as jump scares as, you open a door and there's a monster that comes out at you and there's a big sound. So we're kind of looking at more of a progressive or progression kind of rise of tension. And it's the idea of tension curves and controlling the flow of tension.
How strictly dependent is it on having doors in it right now? Like, if you remove all the doors and walls and it was kind of just vague sort of zones that people could walk between, would the system still hold up, do you think, or would it be more difficult?
No, it would still hold up. We would just have to define, because location, basically rooms are just, spaces, and we would just need to define attaching audio to that specific space, and as you travel, kind of traverses to another space, the audio would change. So it's not a big deal. A lot of questions. Sure.
I'm curious how, right now it's a fairly free-flowing system, the level of design informs what the sound is going to be. Have you encountered any time where you wish it could kind of go backwards? Like now you've got sound set up a certain way, but it would be way better if the levels were different?
Actually, not specifically, but that's something that we want to do. We wanted to have levels inform the sound system, and then the sound system inform the levels in order to actually have good adaptation of both. But currently it's just one way. But in future versions, hopefully, it will be both.
Well, I was just wondering, you mentioned pure data, and I wondered if you've started that work already and how you approach TCG within that system.
Actually, this system uses pure data already, specifically for the control of the volume, which is something that I was exploring at the time, so I just decided to keep it in pure data. We're using libpd specifically, right. And I have created Markov chains with pure data for kind of granular, sound tools before, but right now, no, we're not doing it specifically for sonancy.
You looked at NCM audio at all, the heavy engine?
Sorry, what?
The heavy, the pure data engine, it's compiled?
No, it's kind of lightweight. libpd is kind of a pain to actually integrate in Unity or C#, I guess, but it's doable. And some games, have anyone ever played Fract, which is Fract actually uses pure data. So, yeah, it's doable.
All right, let's thank our speaker very much.
Thank you.
Top stuff. While we set up for the next talk, if you want a couple of minutes, I know some of you are further away from the water because very delightfully we have too many of you. So if you want to have a walk around and grab a glass of water or something from some of the pots, please feel free. And we'll get set up for the next talk. We've got 2 talks left, so there'll be a break for about an hour and a half, 2 hours at that point. But I'll leave the stream running. Are you happy to be plugged in, sure. David? Sure. So we've got the HDMI working, and we've got the sound as you saw as you set it up.
So I'm plugging HDMI into.
Yes, and then we'll put the sound on the speakers whenever.
Okay.
I think that's the only thing. If you stand wherever you want, I'll adjust the camera as needs be, and then during the questions, as long as you just remember to repeat the question before answering it, if you can, for the purposes of the stream viewers, because they can only hear you, basically.
Sure.
Although they said they can hear the speakers, which is good. We're kind of, the workshop's a bit of a guinea pig for the main conference. We're making sure all the tech works, and some of the streaming stuff's a bit new as well.
What was that?
Oh, it has the right tone?
Nice. Risse?
It goes on forever.
Risse. Is it just Risse tone? Or a Risse tone?
I have a shepherd tone.
Oh, shepherd's okay.
I was thinking of that for endlessly rising tension.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a right, yeah. Constantly switching to breaks. Put it in wherever, it doesn't need to be clipped on the shepherd. It's more comfy.
Okay.
Do you want a clicker to stop you from going back and forth? If you want, like you can use mine. It's plug and play, but you don't have to. Like,
No, I don't. I'm fine.
Sorry?
Oh, I was going to ask you that too.
So the conference hashtag is ICCC 15. I was going to have one for the workshop, and in the end I just decided it was easier to just run for one. Okay, so ICCC 15. Yeah, that would have been the sensible way of saying it.
Oh, yeah.
First time, but I haven't.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll have some chat.
Shall I start?
Right, if everyone is ready, I believe we will kick off with our third talk of the session. So this is continuing sound and vision with some more sound. I've forgotten if there is. There is vision. There is vision. I remembered why I call it sound and vision. Right, it's Audio Node. This is a really cool piece of work by some folk, partly in the UK at least. But I'm going to pass over to David for this talk. So thank you. Take it away.
Okay. I'm David Plans, and I'm part of a team that looks at using games as a way to investigate autonomic resilience. And primarily to us, that means resilience to stress, but primarily to the autonomic neuropathy of stress. So when the nervous system goes into sympathetic versus parasympathetic mode, the way we look at that is through heart rate variability, cardiovascular data mostly. We've looked at that previously from EEG during work at Dartmouth College looking at autonomic neuropathy and dementia. But we moved to cardiovascular because it was easier to gather from users. And then we've started to look at GSR now, and the confluence of GSR and HRV to look at that. Primarily what we do is we write apps and we make devices. This originally came from academic research in genetic coevolution and MPEG-7 clustering. So we wrote a paper, Davide Morelli and I wrote a paper on generating music that followed a human improviser. And we used MPEG-7 clusters of audio to create classes of data that we could use as the ingredients for a genetic coevolution algorithm that had two populations. One which was the critic population, and the other one was the proposer. And it followed Peter Todd's model of birds. So male birds proposing songs, female birds criticizing those songs, and then the fitness function evaluating the fitness of proposed songs. That research led us to use a visual equivalent and also a music equivalent in a project that looked at stress in the onset of dementia by looking at HRV and EEG. But in applying for funding to the MRC and National Institute of Health, we found that actually it took a long time for them to get convinced that this could be a therapeutic pathway. Sorry?
Well,
Just a clarification question. So, so as opposed to the previous talk where they were trying to create stress, you're trying to reduce stress?
Yes.
Okay.
We thought we'd do that one first, then.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we try to make stuff that helps people cope with stress.
Okay.
But the problem with that is that, well, I'll get to that in a second. But it's, but the idea was that our research started there, and then we figured out that actually it was a lot faster to get venture capital for what we wanted to do than to continue trying to get research funding. And that changed our dynamic quite a lot, because it meant that we had to start writing stuff that could go to market, which incidentally changed the way that we looked at the research itself, because we had to look at thousands and thousands of users at a time. So instead of capturing 30, 50, 100 people at a time worth of HRV data, we were capturing more than 100,000 people using an app, over 2 minutes of HRV each. So even at the ultra-short period measurement of HRV, we were looking at things like HF and LF features, RMSST, recovery from stress of the day before, sleep efficiency, on apps that were, frankly, not that great. I mean, they were just gimmicks, and I'll show one in a minute that is better than the original. But anyway. Once we did that, we also started working with entities like Bupa and AXA in creating apps that looked at stress from a gamified perspective, and, although it's hard to use that word without feeling compromised anymore. But if you see what I mean, we were trying to come up with apps that they could use in corporate wellness programs and stuff like that. You know, we were trying to do that. And then recently, Innovate UK gave us a bit of money to look at creating music procedurally for people to go walking and running. So basically, we create music procedurally using pure data within an app using libpd, and part of the music is generated procedurally until somebody establishes a pace, and once they have a pace that is continuous enough, we stream music at that pace. Anyway, what happens mostly is that we look at heart and breath rate recognition, some motion analysis. We try to do effective modeling from that, and so primarily what we're interested in, of course, is autonomic neuropathy, so we look for indexes of stress in our cardiovascular domain. We get breathing from sinus arrhythmia. We get motion analysis that looks at types of movement and stuff like that. And in the media, because we came from audio feature extraction, we think of, that's our hammer. So everything looks like a nail that we can hammer with audio feature extraction to us, of course. So we do that a lot in terms of discovering music and media that relates to the physiological state of the individual. An app that we made called Pulse, which is in the iTunes store, just made music out of somebody's heart rate. And we put that online during South by Southwest 2012 for the pre-show for a Flying Lotus set, where we were supposed to visualize the biometrics of the crowd. So we did that, and we put it on the wall, and it was just basically looking at autonomic neuropathy of the crowd, levels of excitement, stuff like that, which was a lot of fun, but we forgot to take it off the store. And then a few days later, we noticed that there was 40,000 downloads, and then a week later, there was like almost 60,000. And we thought there was an ethical problem, because we didn't tell people that we were gathering their heart rate into a server, that we were looking at it. So we re-released the app and with an entire disclosure statement that said we're gathering the data, it's completely anonymized, but we're using this for research. This is what we're looking for. And then once we released that statement, we got over 100,000 downloads, which was, for us, it was unexpected. Anyway, what we saw is that we could see correlation between things like the World Heart Federation report, where Detroit to Alabama looks like crap because there's a lot of obesity and serious amounts of high levels of sympathetic nervous system response, very low complexity in HRV. And we could see that in our data too. So then we mapped it globally, and that was scary because there was over 100 countries. And every time we zoomed in on one of these spots, we could see clearly what was going on. Every single war zone looked absolutely red. I mean, it's obvious, right? But it helped us look at heart rate variability from a more epidemiological perspective. Anyway, somebody called Linda Stone at the time got in touch. She used to work for Microsoft and Apple, and she did a lot of work in trying to figure out how to create user interfaces that were less stressful to use. And what she said that we made were toys for autonomic resilience, which until then we didn't really have the language to express. So she gave us that, and then we looked into her research and what she'd done, and she'd looked a lot at autonomic resilience, at emotional self-regulation. We then found out through her about Kelly Dobson, who looks at data visceralization, and also about creating robots that are social therapeutic entities in and of themselves. And we started to get interested in devices and screenless ways of doing this. The main reason that we're doing this is because most current mobile health and gamification-based health applications, including wearable and personal solutions, when a person feels truly ill, they feel punitive. They basically give the person the data that says, you feel like shit. And they're like, well, yeah. I know. And when they do that for stress, they say, you're super stressed out. It's like, again, I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have downloaded an app that helps you manage stress, right? So, right, and even at the gamification point, they do things like award points for being less stressed, which is totally ridiculous, because then you have to, like, oh, no, I'm not doing well enough. It's, right? So we want to do a little better than that and start to look at things like this device, which we've built using a Raspberry Pi compute module and a PCB that we designed around it. It runs a version of Raspbian that we had to strip down to ridiculous a minimum, and then it runs libpd. And so in pure data itself, we just take the HRV and we sonify what we can see from the heartbeat itself. And then we look for the Herbert-Benson technique, which in the UK is called the Papworth technique, which nurses teach people in shock. So whenever somebody's having a panic attack in a hospital, they teach them the Papworth breathing technique. Essentially, it means you breathe 5 seconds in, 5 seconds out, and you do it from the belly, which pulls on the vagus nerve and releases oxytocin, kills adrenaline, kills the panic attack. So we made a device that teaches people how to do that using a set of LEDs that basically teach you the periodicity of it, and then give you a biofeedback way of doing that. The game here is simply to follow the guide until you realize that you're doing it, and then suddenly the music gets more complex, more rich timbrally, and also more harmonically concordant, if that makes sense. So there's more pentatonic stuff going on. It's sort of richer. And so it's a very simple game. If you manage to lower into parasympathetic mode, you win, right? But there's never any punitive system involved. AudioNode was us trying to come back to the original research. We spent 2 years out in startup land creating these things, and then we figured out that actually now we could capture, in one of our projects with Bupa, we worked with Microsoft on a device that looks like this. It captures HRV data from 2 green lasers at the back. This is really just a photoplethysmograph, right? It captures brachial pulse. It's quite shit, really. But the thing is that because it's actually looking at brachial pulse, we can get HRV easily from it and GSR in one device. So we thought, well, this is what we do, right? We capture from thousands of people at a time, and at EXA we were looking at 2,300 and odd people at one point, capturing 19 continuous hours of HRV. So we thought, okay, this is a huge amount of data, and we can look at when to intervene. But we figured out that actually the stuff that we were generating, the media we were generating, had sort of stalled. So we wanted to come back to basic assumptions that we were making, which we knew had gotten corrupted. So we wrote a simple game. No, we didn't. We modified an existing game on GitHub, written on Python, in Python, that allowed us to just test stuff from simple node completion. So the user simply has to complete nodes, going from node to node to just close the circle. And it has a very simple PCG engine based on original algorithms we wrote that just do genetic coevolution and throw samples at a chain. It uses very basic Markov chains for the baseline. I'll get into the details of that in just a second, and uses libpd in the background. It has no biometric capture yet. And so before I show you that, I just want to show you very quickly the kind of games we make, because that is the premise of AudioNode. It's to experiment in exactly just one mechanism. Instead of having many, many rules in the game, we just have one, which is go from sympathetic to parasympathetic, please, right? So the kind of stuff we do is I'm hoping that HDMI is going to respond.
Hey,
Awesome. All right, so then, please don't crack. All right, so it's a very basic premise, right? We capture photoplethysmograph data from the camera and the flash. People have done that before. There's nothing new about that. Then we do a very basic subjective test. How do you feel right now, right? So if you say, like, I'm quite relaxed, or actually, I'm quite stressed because I'm presenting totally non-rigorous research in front of a bunch of computer scientists. So let's just say, okay, so I'm going to hold the phone pretty comfortably, and we make sure that people understand that we want them to hold it right by the belly so that we can see y-axis movement. So to see if the parasympathetic nervous system kick at the bottom of the breath is there, because if it isn't, they're breathing from their chest, and that could make them worse, right? So then we look at how they're breathing, and we generate music. Now, the point of this game is, if you don't manage to make your HRV more complex, the picture stays the same. But if you manage to get more complex HRV, which is just a function of the breathing exercise itself, then we sharpen the picture in the back. So it just comes into focus. And it's a very clear device that we tested over just about 100-odd users at the beta stage. We tested several different mechanisms, and this one worked really well. People got it right away. If I do what it says, I sharpen the picture at the back. Clearly, I'm not doing what it says, so it's not going to sharpen very much. But so that's kind of what we do. Right. That very basic mechanism is really hard to test assumptions about. Because translating the HRV domain knowledge that we have into stuff that gets more and more complex about what we want to use it to achieve is actually quite hard. So we know that high frequency, low frequency, ultra short HRV measures are easy to get, even at the 1 minute and so level. We know that following research by people before us in audio overdrive, audio in space games that had that sort of idea before, that we could map eventually discrete affective states, so just fun, challenge, boredom, frustration, excitement, etc., to things like heart rate, blood volume, pulse, and skin conductance. Our long-term objectives really are, can we see more complex HRV and transitions from sympathetic to parasympathetic in gameplay over several levels of gameplay? So can we make the game itself, the narrative of the game, be therapeutic in its own right? Right. The way that the game works is very simple. You just complete notes. Then once the user has learned the principle, we throw enemies at it. The music slows down if the enemies are close and starts removing timbral qualities. If the user does well in planning, which I'm totally not, then we reward the user by using more, richer timbral combinations. And then obviously more enemies are introduced later on, and that so it's like that. Am I back in? Yeah. All right. So now, it's really very simple, and it has to be, right? Because we want to test over a number of people and to use models that some of you guys have implemented before in correlating HRV and GSR to affective states. So we really have to start from scratch. I feel actually quite grateful that our paper was accepted because it was written too quickly and with not enough rigor by far in terms of like our theoretical foundation. But two of the reviewers were very kind, but the third reviewer was actually quite right in pointing out all the ways in which we had failed to like explain carefully what we were doing and to establish enough rigor. But that's what we really want to do next. So we just wanted to re-enter the community, start to go back to scratch. So that's why it's this simple. The player can only move when on a node. So forward planning is needed because once you go across this node, there is no way to go back. You will end up at this note. So that involves an element of forward planning, which we can reward. So the way that we look for that is frustration, and that's a very simple ratio between deaths versus total number of played games, which is the same way that we modeled frustration before in our previous paper where we looked at the Mario AI engine, generating music procedurally from that. Then we looked at planning as a ratio between the number of new nodes that the player reaches and the total number of nodes that are visited in the current level. And then we look at danger in a really brute force way. This is not good enough, but right now it's just a way to explore the idea. So we just looked at the reciprocal of the average distance from enemies, where distance is really just the number of nodes that separate an enemy from the player. We clearly have to do better than this, because right now actually what we're mapping is danger from the enemy's point of view, really, more than the player. Danger is mapped to tempo and frequency range. So the tempo slows down when there's a lot of danger and tries to remove sort of busyness of the music to try and induce flow, although that's a bit of an ambitious statement. And then the frequency range of diegetic audio changes too. So it becomes less complex, less high frequency, which we know psychoacoustically is more stressful to listen to. The sample layers are removed at the highest danger level, so several sample layers disappear. And planning is used to trigger filters that, above a certain threshold, reward the user for good planning by using different timbre vibrations that are more harmonically consonant. The progress is really mapped to effects, and right now it's just reverb, so it's really bit trip style. So the longer you get into a level, the more rich the sound becomes. And we're using second-order Markov chains for the baseline generation just to compare the level of optimization of what we do to genetic algorithms. The next thing that we need to do, so we're establishing the baseline for this using the Microsoft Band, but we're also comparing it to Seed Studio's GSR rig, and we want to follow the Yannakakis, Martinez, and Yala model of how to map these to effective states. We're going to move from libpd because it's quite awkward, as the previous speaker pointed out. Right now we're using libpd in our applications and in engines, and also here from Python, but it's really quite heavy and not, it's awkward. Heavy is an Enzian audio compiler that takes libpd to just compiled C. It makes it immensely faster. It's an order of magnitude faster. And it also means that you can have FPGA versus C interaction. We're not quite there yet, but we're using an Altera FPGA within a prototype board that could run entire game audio engines from compiled PD, which right now is testing at a ridiculously faster than what we have right now. And we would like to parameterize the emotional responses that we see once we have effective modeling really working to musical stimuli across valence and arousal using Russell's circumplex model of effect, although we have found that in the literature there isn't really much that explains why that valence model should work. So we'd welcome feedback on that for sure. Thank you.
Awesome. Before you take questions from the floor, I've actually got a question from the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Antonio Stapis wants to ask you, does the game end when you reach a calm state? And if so, is that a good idea? Can you make some argument about that? And could you repeat the question to the stream as well?
Yeah, so the question from Antonio Stapis is whether the game ends when you reach a calm state. And that is actually the crux of our work. In almost every app we make, if you succeed, you stop using the app. And because we essentially take that to be the end of our value proposition, right? So yes, the game should end when you reach enough of a calm state. The question is, what do you do before you get there? Because clearly, if you're making more richer timbral variations in the sound, if you're reaching better harmonic complexity and you're sort of sonifying HRV complexity in what happens in the game, the more calm you get, the more interesting it gets. So there's actually a dichotomy between rewarding the user for winning the game and then ending the game there. Because part of the idea was to try to use flow ideas, so challenge versus reward and skill versus achievement, to continue the game in that way, right? So if the game is doing good to the user, why would you stop it right there when they've achieved the objective? So we don't know quite what we'll do there.
Just some, I guess, terminology questions. So, like, what does HRV and GSR expand out to? Like, what are these things?
I'm very sorry I didn't explain that before. I should have. Right. So the question is, what's HRV and GSR? Heart rate variability is calculated using the distance between heartbeats. If you're running away from a lion, that distance will be autonomic. It'll be really regular, because your autonomous nervous system takes over, decides that you thinking about it won't do, and takes off. And that means that when you're having a panic attack, for example, your heartbeat will be absolutely regular. If you're in parasympathetic mode and you're quite comfy and relaxed and there's no threats around you, then your heartbeats will be quite irregular. There will be a lot of complexity in the standard deviation between heartbeats. The way that we use that to map an effective state is that actually there's an obvious parallel between relaxed and not relaxed in HRV. But there are more complex features of HRV that allow you to look at the root mean square of the standard deviation, which allow you to see the same way that stress is calculated in fighter jet cockpits, in that they shine a strobe light onto the fighter pilot's face, and then they calculate pupil distance dilation, pupil dilation recovery time. If the pupil doesn't recover in a normal amount of time, they understand the pilot to be in completely sympathetic or autonomic mode, and they do things like shut weapon systems down, because clearly the pilot isn't thinking straight anymore. That the way that you calculate that is RMSSD, and you can get that same calculation from the way that you introduce a stressor, say, in a game, and then you calculate RMSSD from the HRV features you've seen so far. If you see that the user is not recovering well, then clearly the user is not responding well to that stressor, or is unable to stay in a state of flow because they're now kind of freaked out. GSR, galvanic skin response, is really a measure of skin conductance. And so there's a better, not better, but more there's a larger amount of literature in skin conductance over clinical psychology. Tons of different studies about activation and general stress levels and responses to stimuli from GSR. But what there isn't a lot of is, which I guess from our perspective, Yannakakis' research is actually the closest we've seen to come to that, is work on mapping stressors and de-stressors in games to correlated HRV and GSR. Because HRV itself is really complex. And so it's hard to get HRV data that really tells you the emotional state of an individual. You need to correlate it to something far more basic, like skin conductance, for it to be of serious valence. I don't know if that's complete enough answer.
That was great. And I guess the last one was this term autonomic resilience.
Yeah. So autonomic resilience is basically what we want. We want to create stuff that helps people achieve that, and it just simply means resilience to stress. But think about it this way: that pilot, right? If they're in a state where they're facing lots of threats, but they're still managing to keep complex HRV, even though they're in a really bad situation, say, that would be autonomic resilience. So the way we measure it, though, so for example, in the studies that we measure, where we measure people over many continuous hours per day of HRV captured from a wearable, what we look at is how stressors in that day correlate to how they recovered from stresses of the day before. So we take a morning measurement right after they start stirring in their beds, and then we look at RMSSD then. Because if we can see low values of RMSSD, then it means that their sleep wasn't really efficient at making their bodies recover from the stress of the day before. And in a way, this is why we inquire through games, right? Because games are a perfect paradigm through which to inquire about that precise analysis. What do you want to know from the person in order to give them behavior change mechanisms that make them more autonomically resilient? Again, gamification is the wrong word for it, but you see what I mean. Sure. Anybody else?
Any
Okay.
questions? No?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's thank our speakers. Really awesome presentation.
Oh,
Great.
thank
Can I
you
grab
so
the
much.
microphone?
Yes, of course. It's in my pocket.
It should be good. I've got an HDMI in, and it's
like
never
to-
filled so far.
Got a clicker, if you'd like a clicker.
Does it have to pair, or does it just go?
It just plugs in and it happens.
Well, yeah, I would love.
You can clip it or just shove the thing in the pocket or whatever. But yeah, this goes into USB and then it just works in theory. Although he says that having not tested it for about 2 months.
Meh. Let's be adventurous.
There's no rush, so please.
Yep. I'm only stealing time from the next presenter, which is me.
Yep, exactly. Oh yeah, we should.
Yeah.
You can put your Mac here.
Yep.
I don't know how far the cable stretches. And that should go in somewhere. Oh yeah, you should be done.
I think I can just use plain.
You're okay with streaming it?
Yeah.
And basically just remember to repeat the questions.
Yeah, I'll try.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Stand as wherever you want, as close or as far away. I'll try and reel
All
in
right.
the camera. So
Nope, that doesn't work. All right. Okay. Let's do this. Oh. Okay. I'm about to make the previous speaker feel much better about rigorousness because this is a very differently rigorous talk. Well, a little bit about me. I consider myself an artist. I consider myself an animator. I've worked professionally in animation on a game called Spore, if anybody knows Spore, and SimCity, doing particle animation. And I also consider myself a software engineer. I also consider myself a little bit of a dancer, not a good dancer, but an enthusiastic dancer. And I've tried out a lot of different forms. So this is actually, a lot of this work is based on my understanding of how dance works, which is based, again, in sort of a grounded understanding of both my background in animation and my experiences dancing. So this is a very odd piece of research. And it was rightly cited as so in the reviews. And I'm very glad that it actually got in, because it is something rather different that you'll see. So I have some goals in my talk today. Oh, hold on. I want to make sure I start my timer so I can see, because I want to have at least lots of time for demos at the end. I want to prove some things to you. I want to prove that force-based movement is more expressive than position-based movement. So that's sort of the larger takeaway that you might actually find useful. I've made these little tensegrity ragdolls, and I want to show you that they enable new forms of interactivity, and that they actually enable new genres of games that I don't really have labels for yet. And also I want to show you that writing your own physics engine can actually be an act of artistic practice. Like, I grew as an artist through making and evolving this little bizarre physics engine. Never tell your undergraduates this. Undergraduates are told not to write their own physics engine, and that is the right thing to tell undergrads. Oh yeah, so here's the about me. I just finished my 4th year as a PhD at UC Santa Cruz, working with Michael and Jim. I worked for 5 years on Spore and SimCity. I consider myself a practicing independent digital artist. I've never made money on it, but I still release stuff. My sort of dissertation area and research and passion is on making tools for artists and novice artists, so making tools for creative people. And here's a little promo here. Come to learn more about this at my Casual Creators talk at Wednesday at 2 p.m. So I want to make expressive tools for people, and I want to make my own stuff be expressive. And this is a hard word to define. It's just like defining creativity. You could probably generate an entire conference over defining expressiveness. But my definition is sort of a practical one from being a working animator. Here's a good article on it that's expressiveness in the arts that talks more about it, but it's any combination of features in a work of art that has the effect of linking it to states of feeling or emotion. This sometimes gets misinterpreted to think that you have to be, for something to be expressive, you have to be able to read sorrow or read joy or read things like that, but you can actually have much more complicated emotions, like, what do pieces of classical music make us feel? Well, they make us feel like lots of stuff. It's not like joy, 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 sorrow, anger, anxiety, joy, sorrow. That was it. It's more complex. But the idea is that it's a combination of features which create expressiveness. So sort of practically, it's a professional tool that artists use to describe their tools. So some tools are more expressive than other tools. This is just like something that you hear when you actually talk to artists. And some mediums or genres are more expressive than others. But what this kind of translates into is that it's an economy of effort to expressive results. So what am I putting in versus what is my tool sort of generating at the end? The tool wants to create expressive art. It multiplies your effort. So, if anybody has anybody done figure drawing? Maybe a little bit. There's different kinds of figure drawings that you can do. You can do like a very laborious like rendering of something where you're actually trying to capture all the perfect shadows and shading. And there's also a gesture drawing where with very economical gesture, you're trying to capture expressiveness of the figure. You're trying to capture something with very few lines. And so that's kind of what I mean by expressiveness, the sense that, with a single gesture, I can capture a lot. So a bit about movement and emotion, movement and expressiveness. Most people are probably familiar with the famous Heider-Simmel experiment. I didn't include an animated GIF, but essentially there's two triangles and there's a square that comes to attack them, and there's there's two triangles and a circle, and the big triangle is attacking. And there's all sorts of things that you can read in there about like gendered violence and safety and threat and love. And the paper, if you haven't read the paper is actually really good. It talks kind of through how people interpreted this, and they break down why they think people interpreted this way. And it's not about positions. This still image, you can read almost nothing from the still image. I actually forgot that circle up there was a character. Which you don't when it's moving. But the expressiveness of this is defined by the temporal relationships of the movements. That's my bolding. And it's these temporal relationships of movement. So a movement that is linked to another movement, and the contrast between those movements. So if I move forward and somebody at the same time moves back, they're afraid of me. If I move forward and the person moves towards me, we're attracted to each other. So think of movement not in terms of, well, I moved from x is equal to 5 to x is equal to 7, but like forces towards and forces away. And it doesn't even matter, if that person is standing 50 feet away and I move towards them and they move towards me, that distance, because we're temporally linked, the distance actually isn't as significant. This is great. Okay, so now I don't think I can play GIFs with this. So secondary motion. Has anybody heard of the term secondary motion before? It's an animation term, and it basically means there's the animation that I'm controlling, and then there's animation that is being generated either procedurally or simulationally or just physically from the animation that I'm controlling. And the Muppets were masters of this. Like Jim Henson, if you've ever been to the Puppetry Center of the Arts in Atlanta, you can actually see what the puppets are made out of. They all have things hanging off of them that are made out of different materials. So Janice the Muppet has a sort of long, silky hair. Animal is made out of chicken feathers, which have a sort of floaty secondary motion. And so the character, like if you had sort of a shaved Muppet and just like a bare Muppet head and was doing this, it wouldn't have much character. But as soon as you add in the secondary animation, suddenly there's all this character from this movement that is paralleling and sort of elaborating on the original movement. I actually kind of like the paper earlier on that was about voices as like PCG, as a way to describe different like channels of PCG building on each other. You have like the main controlled voice of the animator, and then you have like a second voice that is actually just the physics of chicken feathers. If you do dance, you actually, or like, has anybody done ballroom dance, social dance, swing dance? A couple of people, at least a bit. Dance costumes are very intentionally designed to augment dance. You can dance in a leotard, and modern dancers do dance in leotards because it strips out the secondary motion that's distracting from the purity of form. Everybody who's just trying to make spectacle adds much more. So, you have flappers with like, these are probably ostrich feathers or something, tassels and things. So as she's moving, she's probably moving very little, but her dress is moving a great deal more. Oh, I need to speed things up. So obviously in ballroom you have, tuxedo tails do this, like big floaty dresses. So when you spin, and remember, these are all still images, and you're seeing motion here. You're seeing motion in a still image. These weird little tassels that tangoers have. More chicken feathers. Chicken feathers are just so great for secondary motion. Belly dance equipment. And then you have all these toys you can hold as well. So, when you're moving, when you're animating your body, even if you're just kind of like gesturing randomly, there are all these wonderful little raver toys that trace motion behind you. And you can actually design, so the whole point of like all these, cool dance images, aside from the fact that they're kind of fun, is that you can design systems for secondary motion. There are systems that you can build that do not afford easy secondary motion. There are systems that you can build that do afford secondary motion. This is a physical system. It's an artist called Nick Cave, not that Nick Cave, who makes these things called sound suits, which are giant, hairy, or he's got one that's made out of little twigs. And so as you move, they generate not only like expressive movement of the fur, but sounds as well. So it's like this generative system for turning a person walking forward into this whole cacophony of music and noise. And of course, we can do this in the digital. These are a couple of the creatures that were made in Sport Creature Creator. The one in the middle is from one of our users, but I made the ones on the side. We had this whole separate system called Wiggles and Jiggles that we had Spasm that was like for doing all of our scripted procedural animations, very controllable, very like, we needed to be able to predict how your creature was going to move so we could get them to intersect with things. And then Wiggles and Jiggles took care of everything else. And so when this creature moves, its head is actually like bouncing up and down because it's kind of on springs. When this creature moves, these things are all fluttering in different ways. This creature's heads bob, and then the skirt kind of flutters, and then these are like the little poofy skirt actually flutters because it's all independent parts. And so when you're designing your Sport Creature Creator, you actually take advantage of this. So a little bit about force and dance. I just love this image, so I put it in. There's been some, you can read my paper for more background in the history of computational creativity and dance. And it's funny, there's all these little dance papers, all like designing generative dance independently. They mostly don't cite each other. They're all in different fields. It's not like, you have this one line of Mario World generation. It's just like fields just sprout up little dance generators, and all like referring to very different dances. But almost all of them talk about position rather than motion. So there's some really great pull quotes about a dance being a series of positions. Dance. And that leads you to make generators, and this is actually one of the better generators out there that just set a bunch of positions. And you'll see what this looks like when I play this animated GIF. And the paper is actually really good, but this is what came out the other side. And this, you can see it feels weird and floaty. There's no secondary motion. It's just lots of different joint angles being set in sequence. What real motion, what real dance looks like is this, where you can actually see people sort of responding to the forces of their body. There's internal forces that when you do this, push you back up. And so there's a slowing and a pushing. There's linear interpolation and easing functions that happen naturally with the way that the body is set up that make normal dance look like normal dance as opposed to lerping the robot. Even when people do the robot, it does not look like that. So yeah, my theory here is that dancing can mean translating music into forces. When you do that, absolute movement, relative movement, and end positions all are side effects of the original force. So just apply a force and see what happens. And the great thing is if you apply a force, then you will have some secondary, if you have responding forces, they'll start creating secondary motion. Just let me make sure I'm keeping the time. Oh gosh, yeah, I need to speed up. Anyway, so force and dance. This is where I prove to you that force-based motion is more expressive than position-based motion, I hope. And just a little side note about how things are animated in normal life. Most of us are familiar with inverse kinematics. If you've ever animated anything in Maya, you make bones. They stay the same length. You set all the joints. The reason that computer graphics uses this method is because we got it from robotics. So robotics needs to maintain joint length and joint constraints. That's very important so that you don't expect that you can reach things that you can't or can't reach things that you can. But in animation, we don't think about in actual hand animation, not computer animation, we don't think about maintaining the distance between things. We think about squash and stretch. So this is the classic Disney animation technique of stretching things. And this is more expressive in the ways that I was describing expressiveness before. And you can actually see there's kind of some secondary motion where he's accelerating this way, but his hat is like falling behind. So yeah, what animation method kind of in the expressive sense wants to multiply small controllable forces into squash and stretch? So the answer is tensegrity. I go into this a little bit more in my paper, but when you squash a tensegrity thing, it actually does move and change, and it sort of responds with a force. It responds to a force. When you drop it, it does interesting things that you kind of didn't expect. Like, just the dropping motion causes all these like little jiggles to go through the piece. So if you were animating this, all you would animate is like release, let gravity take its action. It turns out your body is actually more tensegrity, or that's the theory anyway. This is work by Tom Flemons, which is tensegrity models of the human body that actually better model what the human body is doing than like the little wooden maquettes. And so I started programming some of these. This is any engineer would properly slap me at this point for calling this stuff tensegrity, but like this is tensegrity enough that tensegrity is the closest word that matches what I'm doing. Actual tensegrity has to deal with all sorts of things like collisions and actual measuring physical forces. There's a tensegrity robot at NASA that they're actually planning to send to Mars at some point, and like they actually have to be much more rigorous about what they call tensegrity. Mine is basically just saying that like you have some nodes, you have some edges, and you apply some forces, and you get tensegrity. So this is a screen cap from one of my earlier experiments where I was just trying to set up systems and see what they did. So this is generating all these forces, and then applying sort of you simulate the forces on the particles, and then you have springs in between them that keep them at about the right distance. And it's not about the right distance, it's applying a force when they get beyond the distance or when they compress too much. It's all just force-driven. Nothing is positional, everything is forces. You can get pretty complex with these. So this is all sorts of tension forces and compression forces going on. You can have things that sort of are in interesting stasis, like the one on the left with that little ball kind of hanging off of this complex thing. And then if you start attaching them together, you get a body. Which is where this starts to get fun. So, here's a body that's made out of just springs and particles. There's like a wiggle force to animate it. There's a tension force to keep the elbow attached mostly to the shoulder. There's a weight force that pulls everything downwards. And this is really all that it takes. I programmed my first version of this in 6 hours. It is not complex. It's basically like simulate some rudimentary particle physics and then apply some forces. Apply forces from the edges. That's the complex bit. You don't have to write this down. It's in the paper. So there's lots of body tuning that has to be done. I really want to do lots of demos. And this also means that we can, if we have a body that, the fact that like my elbow isn't drifting away from my head is modeled as a force, that we can also model dance as a force. And as we see, modeling things as forces gives us some really nice things, with secondary motion, with getting this expressiveness. So this is me mocking up what a bunch of different potential dance moves would be. Like, how do you model dance as a force with like traditional junior high, like waving around dancing, flailing dancing? This is the genre that we're going for here is awkward middle school dancing. So you can have moving, and notice that it's all relational. Everything is relational. So you move away from your original position. You move away or towards the body center. So force gets applied, and then it gets balanced by the force that keeps my hand from falling off my elbow, and it stays out there. And then there's another force is applied to pull it back in, and it doesn't want to hit my shoulder, so it stops there. You can follow an invisible path. You can have strong, rapid changes for jazz hands. I believe I'm the first person to proceduralize jazz hands. And the other thing, and I go into, again more about this in the paper. You can also model emotion as force. So this is something that I'll be showing you in just a moment. That is modeling people falling in love as a force. So it's called falling for you. You're initially falling through the sky, but you are drawn to other people. And what does this mean? It means that the hands have magnets that have a force. And if you are attracted to somebody, you are physically pulled by your hand towards their hand. And you get this lovely secondary animation where people are sort of dragged behind their hands, or your hand reaches out, pulling the rest of your body behind it. And yeah, so this is where I prove to you that they enable new forms of interactivity and genres of games. I believe in live demos. That's big enough. Yeah, so this is me. The only way I control this is by applying a force to my body. I'm in the center there. And if I can find, oh, yeah, I've already found love. So they're trying to join into another group. Wow, we get like a, nope, no polychain. But yeah, so I am attracted to this person, our hands bound, that generated a love balloon. The force of love pulls us up. So there's a lot of like metaphors that become very instantial here. So the force of loving is pulling us up. We have a baby that is kind of hanging off currently. And watch me tear apart this relationship and then drift apart. So again, see, like very relational, very physics. Let's see if I can get a non-requited one, because that's pretty, are you? Yeah, so that person is into me. I'm not into them. As you can see them like grasping at my hand as I just kind of float away. And like that whole little like desperate like little wobble that people read a lot of emotion into, like there's nothing there. It's just the magnet like desperately trying to connect to something, and because it's very close, it's got a really strong force. Oh, I got a polychain. Yay. I didn't add polyamory into this. It just sort of like floated out of the rules. Yeah, and so that was one of the first ones that, or actually, sorry, I did this out of order. Let's see if I can get this to load. So this was my first prototype that I did in like 2006, I believe, in one of Michael Mateus's classes. This is a recent like rebuilding of it because I lost the original code. But this is Scribbles. It's basically, this is the sort of hello world of getting these tensegrity force-based things. So I can just draw a thing. It's adding some bones. It's adding some edges. And the edges are just like applying a force, so like yanking and expanding. And sometimes I can get one that'll like lurch across the screen. No. Oh, there we go. Anyway, so you can even like just in a line, they start to have like a little bit of personality. Let's see. And then my big demo. Wait, am I at my big demo? Yeah. Oh, I do want sound for this.
No, I think you want...
I don't want that sound.
This one.
No? Ah. Got it. We will see. I'll start it here. Yep. So, all right. So here's my little tensegrity dancer. So the idea. So this is my sort of the work that caused me to actually write this paper. This is the culmination of a bunch of these kind of ideas all coming together about, tuning these things and interacting with these things, and I can drag this little person around, just soothing. Oops, I broke their shoulder. I'm sorry. Oh, they got it. It's sort of this tensegrity system wants to pop itself back into position, but it's okay not being in position. So it's okay being deformed, but it'll just kind of try to come back to normal. And oh wow, you really can't see the DNA over here, but this is a bunch of DNA. Let's see. Turn off the music for a moment and make this bigger. There we go. Okay, yeah, so you can see that this is actually the DNA of my little person. A lot of it is not currently hooked up, so the body, I'm just doing a static rig, but you can also evolve, in one of the previous versions, you can evolve the morphology. I'll show you maybe a little bit of that after this. And most importantly, you can evolve the dance responders. So what is a dance responder, I hear you asking? Imagine a little sentient tribble on your body that is responding to the music. And when the tribble hears a bass note, it jerks your hand up. So you can generate a dance based on this. I was actually going to do this with us physically, but I ran out of time to do the tech. So you can see that like the head currently has some number of dance responders. It's got, let's see, what does it have? It has none. It has a center, which pulls it back to the center. It has an orbit, which is going to follow one of those little orbiting things. And if I change some music, yeah. That one's not very interesting. Let's pick a new one. So here are a bunch of various ones. Who's good? Ooh, this one's good. So the idea is I couldn't program this myself, but I can determine which ones are having like more fun. So that one's actually like doing what might be a real dance. So, so yeah, I can edit this in real time. I can say like I want to re-roll. Oops, here. I can re-roll the heads. Responders. I can re-roll. I do like what the hands are doing, so maybe I won't re-roll those. But like the ankle's not doing anything right now. Oh, there we go. Now we've got the ankles going. That's a little too much. Oh, there we go. Hips. Hips now active. So yeah, the idea would be that you would then, let's turn off debug. I could evolve these. And they're fun to watch. Like, so I mentioned that these were appealing in the paper, and somebody was like, you have to do a study to say that these are appealing. And I'm like, well, but I'm a professional animator. If I can't detect what's appealing, I'm out of a job. But yes, it is possible that at some point I could do an evaluation here. Oh, I do not want to do that. Oops, I borked it. Anyway, force quit. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Okay. And just because I'm coming towards the end, did I still want to show one last? Oh. No, thank you. Okay. Too many demos. I forgot where the let's see. No, never mind. I don't. I'll show you some more demos if you come say hi later. But yeah, I just wanted to like finish up my final like statement that I said that I was going to prove. Hopefully that proved to you that you can have new forms of interaction with these things. You can have the procedural dance shopper. You can have the like little ragdoll love simulator. You can have all sorts of things. I don't even know what these are for yet. Like this is just me kind of exploring this space. And the reason that I'm exploring this space and like that I created this space for myself to explore is that you can only explore what you kind of have words to describe. And I wanted to describe force-based dance. So I made myself a world in which that is the primary language. So these are dance transcriptions of dance in like the 1400s, like court dance in the 1400s. They could describe the dance that was important to them, and so they made a language to describe it. And what was important was like spatiality and precise steps and distance between two people. And yeah, just kind of, where am I going with this in the future? I really want to explore how we respond to movement. So this is some stuff that's being done with projection artworks now. Notice that like this is not positional. It's all force-based. He's applying a force to the world. Like they aren't mapping where this particular particle goes. They're mapping the force that's being applied to it. Likewise with these little blobs that are being pushed away from the form in the center. And I think these are all pre-scripted, although some of them might be running live. I'm not sure. I really like this one because it's just pure force. But this is what we have right now as far as dance games commercially. And this is something that is detecting Booleans, essentially, Booleans over time. Have you done this gesture at this time? There's no motion here. Or the motion is basically a like hit detection. So I would really love to start turning this into a dancing game that can respond to more of the whole physical body. Like it's not compressing this like wonderful like how many bits of information am I generating by doing this into a yes you did, no you didn't. So I'm hoping to play with like the Kinect and the Leap Motion later for these like ragdolls that you can actually puppet properly. And yeah, this has just been kind of my adventure into writing and working with this physics engine as an act of artistic practice. This is an inspirational poster I made for my students when I taught a generative methods class. Like you have to start with a process. You can't start with the thing that you want to generate. You have to start with the thing that's generating it and then sort of explore that from an artistic perspective. Anyway, questions? Here's Kermit doing some more secondary motion. Oh, and these two are actually up online and interactive, but I'll also be packaging up a whole bunch of stuff, including that little DNA editor, and hopefully releasing it at GitHub in September when I'm legally allowed to and no longer working at Google.
Questions?
Why do you Why do you need to make your own engine instead of using like Box 2D?
Because they don't have the controls that I want. They also have a lot of other stuff. It's sort of a purity thing. It's sort of a, I want to be able to tune my own physics, representing only the stuff that is important to me. I can literally rewrite the laws of physics at any moment, which you can do in Box 2D eventually. But the question is expressiveness again. How expressive is the physics engine for the particular work that I'm trying to do? So this allowed me to actually kind of like push at the tool more. I'm not writing on top of the tool, I'm writing in the tool. And so when I need new stuff in my generator, or my engine, I do it. It's not a multi-purpose tool, but it did help me actually create this artwork.
Another question, is the DNA kind of tuned towards a particular song? Do you find that some dancers perform better in certain genres?
Yes, absolutely. And there's some songs that are just like, I have a techno song that's just completely blown out. Like everything goes immediately to maximum. I'm using Desert.js for the note detection, and I think I want to try doing some more interesting stuff with that. But yeah, definitely. Depending on how springy the body is, it's going to respond to. If the body is really tense, it works well for fast-paced songs because it can respond. If the body is really loose, it needs a slower song with sort of like bigger builds so it can actually respond in time. That's the thing about forces; they're not instant, right?
Any more questions? The reactions to the demos were fairly incredible, I think, from everyone.
Okay.
Twitter also thoroughly enjoyed them too. Okay, well, let's thank Kate for this talk. It is almost time for lunch, I promise, but just before I actually...
And this is actually going to be a pretty quick little demo. Let's start with some live coding, shall we? I like to live dangerously. There we go. App. Set demo. Bot print. This is also the reason that I write my own engines, because I can use it for like bizarre stuff that I just came up with. All right.
Your engine's in JavaScript?
Yep. It's all pure JavaScript with a little jQuery and whatnot. Okay. So this is botprint. This is actually based on an original concept by Jim Whitehead. It was originally developed by Huáscar Sanchez and Zhang Pong. And what's Zhang Pong's last name? Lin. Zhangpong Lin. And then later I decided it sort of like faded away, and then I decided to revive it because I thought I could do some interesting new stuff with it. And then it was developed by me and a team of, let's see if I can get everybody. Jonathan Pagnity, Joe Mazika, Dylan Letterly Ensign, Afshin, how do you pronounce it? Afshin Moberman? Yeah, and then we had one semester where we had a team of engineers and electrical engineers working on how to like actually turn these into physical robots, which never happened, but it was an interesting. This isn't a postmortem, but there were a lot of interesting parts along this project. So yeah, the idea is that I just like before, I have my DNA, and I have some. This is again quite too small. That's too big. There we go. So yeah, here's my little bot. You can see I've got a couple of parts here in my DNA. So my DNA says not only what part I have, but like 3 tuning values for the part, various things about the color, and the points on my robot. I can re-roll this bot and attach different LEDs. Jet engines are standing in for wheels at the moment because I don't actually have wheel physics, and jet engine physics is significantly easier to program. This was actually originally programmed in Box 2D. And that wasn't working for this demo, so I stripped it out and put in my own physics, which doesn't work as well, but was faster for me to develop in. So trade-offs for demos. I can add a new rocket, rockets all around. And then similarly, there's sort of a shopping moment of, we wanted to get that feeling of your parents have told you that you can buy a puppy, and you have this idea of the puppy that you want, but then you get to the pet store and you see like 6 puppies romping around, and you see that one who's doing that thing. We wanted to get this sort of experience of I know it when I see it. Because most people can't actually design robots very well, especially not sort of non-typical, like 2 wheels, 2 eyes robots. So here's our bot engine. Here's a bunch of bots doing bot things. They're currently not actually reading the environment, but the eyes are set up so that they can eventually read a light field, read these little, they have markers behind them so they can draw. And and they're doing like little bot activities, just kind of wandering around aimlessly. They are actually like getting evaluated on something. So the idea for this was that this is like the ultimate mixed initiative simulation editor for evolutionary robot design. There's probably a catchier way to say all that. But the idea is that like not only can I edit the bot here, I can also decide that which bot do we like, everybody? Is there any?
The red one.
The red one? Oh yeah. All right. Oops, come here. Oh yeah. Okay. Come back. I made the arena a little too loose last night. Oh well. All right. Well, now I like the blue one. So I can choose the next generation, and so I can say, okay, next generation. Now I have the next generation of those little bots, and they're all slightly different. Actually, not by much, because I tuned this for the dancers who are much fussier. But yeah, like so, if I say next generation, hopefully this will start changing over time. Not by enough, really. Anyway, so the idea was that like you could evolve your bot over time. You could say just like sort of mutate it. So give me we wanted to have a mix between sort of directed manipulation. So this is what I want the bot to look like. So I'm going to edit it. Undirected manipulation. I want the bot to look different, but I'm not sure how. Give me a bunch of children. And then sort of directed autonomous generation. So it is actually evaluating currently on how much they spin, and we can change that to speed, so how fast they're going. And if I've evolved this for 10 generations, oh drat, because I can't take those out. Hold on. Okay. So yeah, if I evolve this for 10 generations, hopefully it'll spin. These are the ones that were spinning slightly better. And it doesn't actually work terribly well. Oh, these are spinning okay. All right. The hope was that like if I did this correctly, you'd eventually end up with something that was just like all jet engines positioned on the outside such that they would spin. I don't think my genetic algorithm's particularly good though.
Is there an objective function? What do you said evolve for 10 generations? What do you?
Yeah, it's you pick your heuristic here. The idea is that people might have the bot that they want it and say like I want just a faster version of this bot, so evolve for speed. If they had better brains. At one point, we actually did use the genetic algorithm to be evolving, you can see brain here, to be evolving like a very small decision tree about like you have some number of sensors and some number of actuators somehow map A to B, so very Breitenberg vehicle, if you're familiar with Breitenberg vehicles, like basically just a way to patch things through. But that didn't end up actually being distinguishable from noise, as these things so often are, especially with evolutionary algorithms. Yeah, any other questions? That's pretty much the demo.
There's a short paper as well.
There's a short paper as well that talks more about like what we were trying to do with this, and actually like sort of what we built. But the idea is just like multiple loops of interaction available to the user.
And the aim bot print, what is that?
Jim, do you want to address that?
Sure. Yeah. So the kind of goal and idea was to be able to design a robot, and then there might be some print button, and then the chassis would be created out of laser-cut acrylic. It would come from one source, and then maybe a box of parts would come from some other source, and then you could sit in your home and put those robot pieces together. So there's sort of a lot of these kind of beginning robotics kits, but none of them give you this kind of mass customization approach. So we sort of wanted to give you this sort of mass customization with these advanced machining technologies, but still have that basic robotics. But it's, and so that was part of it. But I think, the UI aspects of this project, I think, ended up being one of the big contributions. Sort of this, like, how do you actually let someone who's relatively inexperienced, how do you give them a UI such that they can actually evolve things? And how do you have a UI that allows you to look at a population of things and understand their behavior and gestalt? So I kind of, I really think this arena metaphor is a really powerful one for giving you an overview of the behavior of a population of creatures. And I have to say, I really like what Kate came up with in terms of that UI for sort of understanding the DNA of an object and being able to manipulate it. So I, kind of that whole, I guess sort of the UI elements maybe in my mind ended up being one of the big contributions. for such a relatively simple project, it was really hard, right? And we just kept on coming up with these issues, or it's not entirely clear how to resolve them, and the fact that it was this cyber-physical system where you had the controller plus the hardware plus you're doing this evolution thing to get to the point. There were just sort of a lot of pieces to integrate together.
And Box2D is incredibly powerful, but also incredibly difficult to work with, especially in JavaScript. It's next to impossible to debug. Google just released one, though, that is supposedly better, so I'm looking forward to trying out the Google version of Box2D in JavaScript. Yes?
What is that? Do you know what it's called?
It's what they released alongside of Liquid Fun. So Liquid Fun is their JavaScript liquid simulation engine, and they released a Box2D port that I believe is powering that.
Because that's the only just a JS compilation of PD.
Oh, okay.
That works really, really well.
It's PD?
Sorry, PData.
Oh, okay.
The stuff that we're using for audio. But that would be an amazing combination.
Yeah, I can't say enough nice things about JavaScript as far as plugging things in and having them all work together.
All right. Are there any other questions? If not, I think let's thank Kate again.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Thank you very much for being so patient all the way through the morning session. I think it's gone really well. The stream seemed to be up pretty much the whole time, which was lovely. Thank you very much if you watched. It's lunchtime. We don't have any lunch for you, but the good news is there's lunch outside. So feel free to go in groups. Probably don't all 30 of you arrive at the same restaurant and give everyone a heart attack in the sleepy areas of Park City. But or maybe do go as a group of 30. Maybe that would be quite fun. But yes.
They can deal with us.
Yes, that's fair enough. I am gonna not volunteer to organise lunch, but if anyone wants to, because I'm Max, I need some de-stressing right now. That little demo wasn't enough, David. I need full interaction with it. But yes, let's say aim to get back here at 2:00. Does that sound acceptable? That's an hour and a half, hour and 3/4-ish. And yeah, we'll have an afternoon session and it'll be great. The stream will stay up, but it won't be broadcasting. This room is safe. I'm going to be leaving all of this stuff here. So that will be stolen first if you want to leave your stuff, because it's very prominent. Okay. Right, thanks very much, stream. And I'm going to switch you to our schedule page. And I will talk to you in a couple of hours. say something to test?
Okay.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think everyone's back yet, but I think they'll filter in a little bit. I don't want us to run too far over and then make us all miserable later. We're going to have a couple of talks, a little break for you to have coffee and for me to work out the technical specs of the third talk, and then we're going to have a couple more talks, and then maybe you're going to talk, and then we can talk over dinner, and then but yeah, this is the second session of the day. It is on game design and things related to it. And we're going to open up with a talk from Ahmed about automated puzzle level generation. Take it away.
Hello everyone, I'm Ahmed Khalifa. I'm a teacher assistant at Cairo University, Faculty of Engineering, and this paper is a part of my master thesis. First of all, I apologize if I'm not good enough today, but I had food poisoning yesterday, so I'm not feeling well while I talk.
Yeah, this is the second session of the day. It is on
Okay.
things related to it. And we're going to open up with a talk
So
from
first thing,
Ahmed
I'll talk about an introduction and
automated
background. So the aim of our paper was first to assess general puzzle level, and when I'm saying general puzzle level, I mean that not specific for this paper is certain games. The algorithm that assesses first of all the levels does not just if I'm not good enough today, for a certain game. It can work for any game described. I'm not feeling well. Also, I'm trying to utilize this assessment for generating puzzle levels. Okay. And why is that important? So first thing, from my view, when I make I Google a lot. I found most of our paper was made specific for assess general puzzle level, and when I like cut the rope or other stuff. And so this paper is the first step in general puzzle level generation and evaluation. Also, second thing, since I work in creating some games, I work as an indie game developer. I make lots of puzzle games, and I found that most of time is consumed in creating levels for these games because most of my ideas run out at the beginning. So in order to generate general puzzle levels, we need a video game description language, so we use a puzzle script. Puzzle script is a scripting language made by Steven Level. I don't know if I pronounce it correct. So it consists of 7 sections, and so I will run over this section quickly. First section is the objects, where all game objects are defined and how they are drawn on the screen. The second section is collision layers, where objects that collide with each other are written on the same line. For example, player and wall cannot exist at the same place because they will collide with each other. The third section is rules, which tells us how the game is played. For example, here there is a player and a crate, and if both of them, if the player moved towards the crate, the player and the crate will move in the same direction. Then there is the winning conditions, where it tells when the game should end. And there is a level section where I work with it a lot in order to generate the levels. And it's just a 2-dimension matrix where there is symbols, and each symbol represents one or more of the objects defined in the object sections. So our methodology for generating and assessment the levels, this is the system architecture. First of all, there is the puzzle script file is entered through the system, where rules and objects enter for a rule analyzer, where it analyzes these objects and rules and generates some object features. These features go to a level generator, where it tries to get the best possible combination of the objects for a level. And then these levels went for a level evaluator, where it gives each level a score based on how the playability of the level and its challenging. And these scores are returned back to the level generator in order to enhance the generated levels. And in the end, best levels are output from the system. The first part is the rule analyzer I'm going to talk about. The rule analyzer is just to generate object features. It assigns for each object 6 different features, which I'm going to talk quickly about them. The first one is the type. It's based on the object's position in the file, which may be a rule object. If the objects are in the rule section, they are called rule objects, like player and crate. Player objects, it's just the player the object name player is called player object, and there is a winning object. All objects are presented in the winning condition are named winning objects, like target and create. There is solid objects. Solid objects are objects that's found in the collision layers, and they are not any of the previous, such as the spike and wall. They are not any of the previous rule or player or winning condition, but they exist on the same collision layer with any of the previous objects. Second thing is the subtype. Subtype is based on the relation within rules. First thing is the critical objects. Critical objects are most important object in the game. If they do not exist, the game is not playable. For example, the crate in these rules is a critical object, because in order to reach the winning condition where no target on gem, the player must affect on the crate, and the crate will affect on the gem. So if there is no crate, the game will not be playable. The second, I don't know what happened. The second thing is the normal object. Normal objects, they are just objects that affect any other objects in the rule, such as the stopper. The stopper affects the crate, and if the stopper is not exist in the level, still the level is playable. And the last one is the useless objects. Useless objects, they are objects in the rules that's that does not affect anything, like the wife and the lava. So if there is no wife and lava, they are not affected with the player or the crate or any of the previous stuff. The next is the priority. Priority is the number of rules for each object. So, for example, these are a group of rules. So the priority of the crate is 4 because it appears in the first 4 rules, and there is a player. It takes priority 2 because it appears in the first rule and in the winning condition, and so on. The stopper and target, the same. And there is the behaviors. For each object, we define 4 different behaviors. The object can have a move behavior when the object have a different movement beside it. For example, the crate doesn't have any movement, and on the right-hand side it has a direction, so it has a move behavior. There is a teleport behavior when the object position in the rule is changed, like player and crate. So crate, they are swapped in the right-hand side. There is a create rule where the number of objects in the left-hand side is less than the number of objects on the right-hand side. And there is a destroy where it's the opposite, when the number of objects in the left-hand side is greater than the number of objects on the right-hand side. Each object can have more than one behavior. There is something called the minimum required number, and it's one of the most important features I extracted. It is the maximum number of objects in the left-hand side for all rules. For example, if you want to calculate the minimum required number for the crate, so these are 2 rules. So the crate appears on the left-hand side for the first rule 1 time, while the second is 2 times. So the minimum required number for the crate is 2. And because if we say that the minimum required number is 1, only the first rule will be can take place, is satisfied, because if we have 1 crate, the first rule will be satisfied, but the second rule will not. But if we say that the minimum required number is 2, the second will be satisfied, so as well the first one. And this is not all the case in all time. If we have the object have a create, so we take the minimum number of objects in the create rules. For example, these are 3 rules, and the first and the last one is create rules. So the number of the crate in the first rule is 0, and the third one is 1. So the minimum required number will be equal 0, because if we have 0 crates, the first one will be satisfied, generating 1 crate, which can satisfy the third one and generate 3 crates, and which can satisfy the second, and so on. The last feature is the relations. It is a connected graph for all objects and the winning condition. For example, if these are the objects and the winning condition, so this is the relation graph where the player affects the crate and target, because the player and crate is the first rule, and player and target in the winning condition, and the crate affects lava, so there is a connection between the crate and the lava. The second module is the level generator. The level generator just construct a level from the input layout. It takes an input layout. The layout could be just the size of the map, like 5 by 5, or it just may have some internal structure, like some solid walls in some places. we tried two different approaches. The first one is the constructive approach, and the second is genetic approach. For the constructive approach, we use an algorithm to generate the levels. The algorithm utilizes object features, and it is divided into two parts. The first part is calculating the numbers of the objects, and the second part is inserting the object in the best possible location. For calculating the numbers, the object numbers equal to its percentage in the game. So if we have a minimum required number for the crate 2 and there is a player minimum required number is 1, so the crate must have higher percentage than the player. Also, the cover percentage is inversely proportional to the summation of the critical object and the winning object percentage, and that's due to that the critical object and the winning object are the most important objects and in the game, and the player focus on these objects to solve it. So let's assume that curve is not actual curve, but let's assume the level being interesting is the y-axis, and the summation of their winning and critical object is the x-axis. So if we have a low amount of winning and critical objects, so the level will be boring because the level will be very easy. Because let's assume a game, Sokopan game, where I have to push the crate to go to the goal. So if the number of crates is very small, like one crate, the game will be very easy. So it will be boring. While if we have lots of crates in the game, so it will be frustrating because the player won't know which object should he focus first to solve the level. So by saying we have to make it inversely proportional, so as to avoid these parts. So if the winning and critical object percentage is very huge, so we want the cover percentage to be small, so we avoid the frustration area. And when we have the winning critical object small, we have to make the cover percentage huge to avoid the boring area. Then the second part is inserting the objects. Inserting objects is based on the object behavior. If the object have a move behavior, so we try to insert it in the most free position away from everything. So it has away from everything, so it's easier to move it around. While if it's not have a move behavior, it can be placed at any location. Also, the number of the objects inserted must be a multiple of the minimum required number features, so as to satisfy all the winning condition, all the rules. So all the rules can be satisfied. And also the objects are, when they are inserted, are selected based on their priority feature. For the second technique is the genetic approach. We use a genetic algorithm for generating levels. The chromosome is represented like the levels in the game, just a two-dimensional matrix for the level. The crossover is just one-point crossover where the two chromosomes are swapped. And the mutations, there is 3 different mutators. The first one is the delete mutator, where there is a position, any object is deleted from the map. And there is a create mutator, where an empty position is selected and a random object is placed in it, like the create here. And there is a swap mutator, where any 2 objects are swapped with each other in the map. For the initial population for the genetic algorithm, we tried the random initialization, where all the chromosomes are initialized randomly by mutating the level layout. And there is the constructive initialization, where you use the constructive approach to populate the genetic algorithm. And there is a hybrid initialization, where 25% is from the constructive initialization, and the other 25% is mutated version of the constructive initialization, and the rest 50% is random initialized. So that's the level generation. And the last part is level evaluation. Level evaluator just evaluates the genetic levels based on its playability using an automated player, and based on some heuristic measure to measure challenging of the level. Because these 3 levels are from Sokopan, all of them are playable, but the rightmost one is more challenging than the first one. So we want the system to give that game a higher score than the first one. For the automated player, we use a modified version from Chong Yu-Lim automated player, where he used best FS algorithm, which is just an A-star algorithm to where its heuristic is a distance between the winning objects. we modified it because there is a problem when the player is one of the winning objects. For example, this game is called Lava Game. I made it. The main target is the player to reach the player reaches the target, and if you want to reach the target, there is always a lava that block his way, so he have to move some of the crates to destroy the lava to reach the target. So if we say that we use the original automated player, so he will try to minimize the distance between the player and the target, which will be impossible without moving the crates, because there will always be a lava, so he wanders around to try to solve the level without thinking ahead. So instead of that, we looked in the rules on the left-hand side, and we use the left-hand side to minimize the distance, because there is in the rules the player can move the crate, and the crate destroys the lava. So if we minimize the distance between the player and crate and lava, we can make the automated player somehow better, or maybe think ahead before it moves. For the heuristic measures, we use a weighted function of 6 attributes, and it seems some complicated. Most of these weights are calculated experimentally to ensure some best output for me, or to ensure some features. For example, the first one is the playing score. Playing score is just the difference between the best state score and initial score. And the state score is calculated by the distance between the winning objects. So if the level is winnable, and we reach the winning condition, so the S play will be equal to 1, while the S nothing is the initial level. And we make this subtraction in order to differentiate between these two levels, because both of them have the S play equal 1, but that one will have an S nothing larger than the other one. So the difference of, so the right image will have higher values than the left image. The second one is the solution length score. Since puzzle games created by Puzzle Script have solution sequence, so as the solution increases, the length increases, the level is more challenging and more difficult. But if the size of the level increases, also solution length increase, so we use a ratio between the solution length and the level area. And in order to get the best value for this ratio, we analyzed 40 handcrafted level, and we plotted a histogram for it. And the histogram seems like a normal distribution, so we use a normal distribution as a scoring function. And there is an object number score, which is a function consists of 3 parts. The first one is the number of rule objects, where it's just a ratio between the number of generated objects with the total number of objects. For example, if the generated objects are crate and wall and player, and these are the main objects we have in the game, so the score will be 3/4. Also, the number of players. If we have a player, we give a score equal 1, 0 otherwise, and the number of winning objects, where if the number of winning objects are equal and there is no create behavior, we reward it. Otherwise, we give 0. And there is also another score called boxline score. It's used in Tyler and Membury research for generating Socopan levels. It's just a ratio between the number of unique movements with respect to its previous step. For example, if this is the solution, so the number of the unique movements is the up and left and down and left, because it's different from the previous one. So the score will be equal to 4/7. There is also another fitness heuristic measure, which is applied rule score. The applied rule score is just a ratio between the number of applied rules to the solution length, because as we apply more rules, the game is better at design. We also analyze 40 handcrafted levels, the same 40 handcrafted levels, and that was the histogram. And we also use the normal distribution as a scoring function for it. And the last one is an exploration score. As the automated player, if it reaches the solution after after lots of states, it's more challenging than not reach it at the beginning. But at the same time, the solution matters for us. So the score will be equal 0.75 if the solution exists, and 0.5 if there is no solution and the automated player reaches its maximum number of iterations, and 0 if no solution and doesn't reach the maximum number of iterations. So the results for the level generation. First, we analyze the automated player. We use 5 different games, covers different behaviors. So we compare it with the original player, and we were better only in 3 games from the 5 games we created, and we were bad in lava game and destroy game. And the reason behind that these 2 games have a destroy behavior as a core mechanic. For example, this level from the lava game. So in order to, so our heuristic just measures the distance between the crates and the lava. So we have 2 purple long distance and 2 red small ones. So the average score for that state is somehow average. But if the automated player destroyed the lava down, it will only remain the long distance, which will make that state worse than the previous one. So the automated player won't explore this state unless he makes sure that all other states with better score are explored first. For level generation, the input we used 8 different layouts, different in sizes and internal structure. The automated player is fixed to 5,000 iteration. A constructive approach, we generate 100 levels, and the best 2 levels are selected, while the genetic approach, we use 50 chromosomes for 20 generation, and also the best 2 are selected at the end. For the results, the constructive approach from the 80 generated levels, 90% of them were playable, and these are some examples from the levels. And for the genetic approach with random initialization, only 75 were playable, and the constructive initialization was 100%, while hybrid also 100%. In order to make sure that our scores are good enough, we calculated some human feedback through Google Forms. We send these forms to the students in my university and to the mailing list of procedure content generation, and this was correlation between the automated player score and the human player score, and the correlation was not very high, and this may be due to that the automated player score also correspond to playability percentage. Even if the level is unplayable, it gives it a score. Also, the very challenging levels are rated high by the system, while they are low by the human because they think it's unplayable. And there is a small amount of collected human data because just only 157 humans surveys are collected for 320 levels. So it's a little bit low. And also, there is no concise definition for a good level. So maybe a level is good for someone, but it's bad for the other person. And comparing our different techniques, we found that the constructive initialization scores best in all the games, all different games, followed by the constructive algorithm and hybrid initialization. Although the constructive algorithm have 90% playable levels, it scored almost the same like hybrid initialization. This is due to that the hybrid initialization generates some easier levels than the constructive algorithm, while the random initialization is the worst of them all because it needs far more time to evolve and generate better levels. And for the future works, for the level generator, we could analyze each heuristic measure separately, and utilize it to analyze the search space and decrease it in order to generate better levels. Also, by analyzing this search space, we can generate level with specific properties, like if you want level with the structure, with a destroy behavior more or something like that. For the automated player, we could improve its time and quality because all the generating algorithm depends on it very much. And that's it. Any questions?
Questions?
Anyone?
So during your talk, I was comparing the puzzle script language with the video game scription language in my head, and I was wondering what are there any clear benefits of the puzzle script language for a particular type of games that you try to generate?
Okay.
Despite the size of the package, you
I just wanted to decrease the search space, so that's why I use puzzle script, not because video game description language can be used for, as you say, for any game. So using puzzle script will, yeah, compared to puzzle script, it's any game. So just use a puzzle script to decrease the search space, nothing specific. So is that a reply to your question? Okay.
Yeah, so you used a whole lot of metrics for evaluating levels.
Okay.
Which one of them would you say, I mean, if you go back to that, you had these...
According to the weights...
6 different...
Yeah, the weights represent the different...
Which ones of these made more sense? And did you try just omitting some of them or just using one of them or something?
I didn't analyze it so far. That's one of the future work, to analyze the weights and the effect of each metric alone. But I put the weights according to the importance of each metric. So the playing score is the most important one because it defines if the level is playable or not, followed by the solution length, and then most of the others are somehow equal to each other. There is no huge difference, but I didn't analyze most of them afterwards.
So you just decided that playable score is the most important?
Yeah, because if the level is unplayable, it's not good.
Which is why in that case you could just multiply the playable score with the other ones.
What?
If that's because if it's not playable, the other scores are irrelevant.
No, because I want even if it's not playable, I want to give it a score because maybe in the genetic algorithm it will generate better level or something like that. So I have to give it a score, but it will correspond to its playability.
There's always this problem with weighted sum scores for business functions that some of the terms tend to take over.
Yeah.
And account for all the variables. If you don't do something with the objective or something. But yeah, it would be interesting to analyze which ones don't actually account for the variance and which ones don't actually drive the search.
Yeah. I wrote it in the future work, so.
But you could also factor out the p-score by doing 2pop, right?
Yes,
by 2pop, and then use the unplayable ones in the second population.
True. You've been reading up on constrained evolutionary computation. What? You could, or you could do cascading elitism or multi-objective like NGA or something.
Yeah, maybe.
I've got a question from the stream.
Okay.
Nathan Sturtevant wanted to ask, have you looked at the number of unique solutions as a measure for difficulty?
Number of unique solutions. It takes a very long time to solve. The automated player take around, for a game, around 2 or 3 seconds. So when I generated for the levels, it takes 2 or 3 days. So I didn't want to look for the unique solution. It was one of the ideas at the beginning, but I didn't look for it because it takes a very long time.
Nathan's done, I don't know if you're aware, but Nathan's done some really great work with a game called Fling, where he did some extremely exhaustive searching.
Okay.
You should definitely read it. It's just fun. They're fun papers.
Okay.
Are there any more questions? There is one more question.
Yes. In a user study, did you assess your participants' gameplay skills and correlate them with their playability ratings?
The 40 handicrafted levels, I put him in the comparison. I told the players to play the 40 handicrafted levels and try to compare the generated levels with respect to these levels. So I didn't put in the study each player how is good in the game, but I told them to try to compare it with respect to the human levels. But I didn't study that because it took around 2 months to collect this data because it's 320 levels. So every person, when he started, after 10 levels, he got bored and he didn't continue. So it's somehow difficult.
Thank you ever so much. Thanks, Lee.
Trying to get it out.
I'm going to briefly restart the stream because Google says its health is bad, whatever that was.
Its health is bad? What's that?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. It's been fine. So apologies. Even more apologies if this explodes the stream and we don't have any video for the next few hours.
Source found. If I hit, do I have to? This way. Does that do the right thing?
I think Google was lying to me because now it says the health is good. But anyway, let's plug you in. Are you okay for me to stream this? Yeah. This can just go in your pocket or whatever, and this doesn't need to be that close to you. Just put it wherever you fancy.
Just here?
That would be fine. Yeah, you should be perfectly audible. Right. Our next speaker is Aaron Isaacson. I'll let you take it away. This is a very exciting talk. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Aaron Isaacson. This is our work discovering unique game variants with me, Dan Gopstein, Julian, and Andy Nealon at the NYU Game Innovation Lab. So this paper already got one shout out today, but last year here, Antonios and Julian and Georgios, they presented this work on what are the components of a game that we need to create in order to have the computer do all the work for us. Visuals, audio, narrative, systems of rules, level architecture, gameplay, and interactions between all these. And that's a tremendous amount to cover. So we're going to ignore the visuals, we're going to ignore the audio, ignore the narrative. I'm going to ignore the rules, we're going to keep those fixed, and just really focus on the systems, level architecture, gameplay, and interaction between the remaining facets. That's plenty of work to do in one paper. So, how many did I go ahead? It's a little bit of a delay. Okay. All right. So here's the process of exploring to find new games. You start with you picking some rules and some parameters for your game. That lets you generate a new game variant. And then you play test it, you see how it works, you interpret the test results, and you look at those results and say, I need to make some changes here. And you come up with some new rules and parameters. And you keep going around this over and over again. And each time you do this, you get a new game variant. And if you collected all those variants together, what you'd be left with is something we call game space, which is this big point cloud of all these different games. And each of those points represents a different variant, right? So here's different chess variants. And the challenge is how do you search this space to find unique and interesting games? Because it's really high dimensional. A lot of it's filled with really terrible games that aren't playable. And so, it's a hard problem. So that's what we're going to look at here. I also think that computers can be better than humans in some ways at searching this space. Computers can be afraid of searching. Like, it's just scary to search in the dark. We don't like being lost. And I've been a game developer for a long time, and your ego really gets tied up into being a good game developer. And when you start looking for new games, the games get bad, and then you're like, I got to get back to where they were good. And so, we are not so good at this kind of thing. Computers, however, are brave, and they're stupid, and they're patient. And I don't know if they're the dogs or the cat exactly, but basically they'll do what we're told. They can go out there. They're not going to worry about all the monsters that are in the ocean. And so here's kind of another way of representing this idea. I don't know if you can see the gray in the back, but the green are like the games. Let's say I'm starting here. This is the game I'm working with. And some of the neighbors, they're pretty good. I can explore some of those other ones. But then suddenly I get into this gray area, and these games are totally terrible and unplayable. And so you turn around and you come back into the green space. But there might be some real gems out here, right, surrounded in those red boxes. And so how do we let a computer help us find those? And here's some more motivations for doing. We're going to do a real fine-tuned exploration of space. Again, inspiring game developers. You can run this algorithm. It spits out some new games for you to play. And then you can look at them and say, OK, I can do better than the computer, but thank you for helping me find this. I said before, designing a good game is actually a really hard thing to do. And when you're making a game, you really want to get the game feel right. And that's like just getting the gravity to be just perfect in a platformer is so important. And just involves trying lots of numbers. And so, again, computers are good at that sort of thing. I think also exploring on different scales. We can go find new genres of games, but we also can find what is the best version of a specific type of game. And then finally, this just gives us a better understanding of games in general by doing this kind of research. So I want to look at Flappy Bird as an example, and just in case someone is not familiar with this game, it's this really terribly difficult game where every time you hit the screen, the bird flaps. And the parameters are all set just right to be super difficult. And we've learned so much about making casual games and successful games on iOS over the last many years, and you shouldn't make a game like this. Like, this is the kind of game that should be a failure. Yet it was the #1 free game on iOS and the most downloaded game ever at the time. It was earning a ton of money, but also has this terrible Metacritic score, right? Like, Metacritic scores are 54, are reserved for the worst possible games you can play. So how do you get to be super successful and be a terrible game and be really hard, but also be kind of awesome? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take Flappy Bird. Here's the original one. And we're going to vary the parameters that make Flappy Bird. So you can change the pipe width. You can change the separation between the pipes and the distance between the top pipe and the bottom pipe. And each of these new variants of Flappy Bird is a different game. Some of them are harder. Some of them are easier. They all have the same rules. Like, it's still a flapping thing, and you still collide with pipes. You're going to die. And can you get anything? Like, these all kind of look like Flappy Bird, right? So we ran a user study, and we told the computer to generate some games for us. In order to run the user study, we wanted different games of different difficulty. And it created this game, which I call Frisbee Bird, which is this little bird here that looks like a Frisbee, and it floats like a Frisbee, and it moves like one, and it's like the exact same rules as Flappy Bird. The only difference here is we changed the numbers that define what Flappy Bird is. This is totally a unique game. This could be on the App Store, and people wouldn't take it down for copyright infringement. So, okay, how can we find more of these, right? Are there more of these gems hidden in the Flappy Bird space? So here are all the parameters we're going to use for Flappy Bird. More details in the paper, but basically we're going to tweak all these different things. Some of the interesting ones here are gravity, like how far does the bird get pulled, the jump velocity, the speed the bird goes. This pipe gap location range is sort of the randomness of the pipe gaps. So if that number is 0, then all of the pipes are at the same height, and if it's really high, then the pipes are bouncing around a lot. And we used this in some previous work to go find a game of a specific difficulty. So we told the algorithm, okay, you're allowed to vary gravity and jump velocity, and it'll zero in on a certain, you say, okay, I want difficulty 0.2, and it'll go and find that guy right there. And you'll see, like, these games are different, right? This one here is a lot easier. This one's harder because the players are dying around here. This one, the players die on, like, 0.2. And I don't know if I said this, but the X's are impossible games. Like, they're not even playable. Like, you'll just fly into the ceiling or fly into the floor. So here's the general algorithm we're going to use. We're going to generate a cloud of games. So we parameterize all those. We have this big multidimensional space. We generate a bunch of points. Each of those points represents a game. We're going to have the AI play all of those games, and it's going to tell us what the difficulty is, what it thinks the difficulty is of each of these games. And some of them are going to be unplayable. We're going to throw those out. And the remaining games, we're going to say, okay, I have too many games to look at. I can't look at them all. Let's make this to a smaller number of games. Just give me 4 of them to play. And I want those to be as unique as I can. So the first question is, where do you search? So we need to pick some bounds in order to say, like, okay, these are the numbers we're going to use. And some of these things have natural bounds to them. Like the pipe gap, there's no such thing as a negative pipe gap. Once the pipes overlap, it doesn't mean anything. Likewise, they can't be larger than the world height, because then the pipes are going outside the world. It doesn't really mean anything. So we have some bounds there we can work with. And each of these numbers has kind of like some intuition we can use for it. The other thing we can do is say, like, well, speed, it could be anything between 0 and infinity. So, or gravity could be anything between 0 and, we have a fly that's pointing out things for me. Go away. So you can do a test. You can say, okay, I want to sample game space for gravity this way, jump velocity this way, and just kind of do a low resolution sampling and tell me, like, what games look like they're playable. And so we can look at this chart and we can see, okay, down here, these ones, you're crashing to the ceiling because gravity, the jump is so high that as soon as you hit the jump key, you just fly off. Here, you have gravity that's so high that you're slamming into the floor. Down here, these look pretty good. These are playable. Out here, it starts to get unplayable. And so we can kind of bound jump velocity between 0 and 200, and we can say gravity is somewhere between 0 and 1250. That seems to be like a good range to work in. So you can do a little exploration there. Another thing, here's another chart of doing speed versus the randomness and the pipe heights. And you can see this band here. And this means that if you're not varying the pipe heights, you can actually go as fast as you want. Just fly through those pipes. As long as you tap at a rate that's constant, you'll survive. But those games way out over there, like the ones in the next room on this chart, are played so fast that they're not even really relevant to us. So we're going to say, like, no, I want the games to be lasting on average between 2 seconds and 30 seconds. And so that eliminates those games where the speed is so fast that it's over within 500 milliseconds or something like that. Another thing we need to do with our point cloud is we want to normalize the parameters. So how are you going to compare gravity and pipe width? Those numbers aren't in the same units, and they have different ranges. And so what you want to do is normalize them to run between 0 and 1. And then you can say a distance of 0.1 basically means 10% difference of any of those parameters. So now 0.1 means 10% of the gravity range and 10% of the pipe width. And we can start comparing those different dimensions. Now we've got to go and find all the playable games. So we're going to go through and play all these points. And that takes too long for people to do, so we're going to use a computer to help us. First, we generate all of the games. Take a point, you generate some games. So this is generating the levels based on the different Flappy Bird parameters. And we're going to simulate it using this really simple AI that just flaps along, and whenever it reaches a height that's kind of above the next pipe, it flaps. So this works. It's really easy to implement. You don't have to do anything complicated. But it gets a perfect score because it never crashes. And we want to know what games are playable for humans, so we need to make it play like a human. And the way we do that is by simulating motor skill. And so here, the AI wants to jump at this time t, and if it jumps a little bit early, it'll crash into the top pipe, and if it jumps a little bit late, it'll crash into the bottom pipe. So what we do is we take the time t, and we modify it by a normal distribution. And the width of the normal distribution is kind of equivalent to how talented the player is, or how skilled the player is. And if that normal distribution is really narrow, then you're simulating an expert player. If it's really wide, then you're simulating a novice. So we go ahead and play each of those generated games, I think it's 20,000 times or 40,000 times or something, and you can see that the game on the top is now harder than the game on the bottom. On the bottom, the simulation's finishing all the levels, and on the top, it's dying partway through. Now, Flappy Bird goes on forever, but in this simulation, you need to stop it at a certain point. So we basically say, after 20 pipes, it's good enough. Like, we figured out that you're good enough for that game. We can take all of the simulations, and we store the final score in a histogram. And then we now can compare histograms using what's called survival analysis. And we can see that this distribution is easier than the other distribution there on the right. And we can tell that because if you look at the score of 0, 33% or so on this game are getting a score of 0. Over here, more than 50% are getting a score of 0. And also here at scores above 6, the amount of people or AIs getting a score above 6, somewhat reasonable in the easier game, and it's almost 0 in the harder game. So we could say, like, okay, we'll throw out all the games where the frequency, you want at least 50% of the AIs to score at least 1 point, right? And you could say anything that's lower than that, you could throw out. And finally, this can give us a number, again, more details in our FTG paper that we did last week, but each game you can have a difficulty that we can rate between 0 and 1, where 0 games are trivial. They're so easy that anyone who's awake can beat them. And if it's 1, then no one possibly can beat them. A good example of a 1 would be if the pipe gap is smaller than the bird size, right? The bird won't be able to fit through the gap. So that game's impossible. One of the challenges with this method is what is termed unplayable is really dependent on the player's skill. So this graph here shows what happens is we vary pipe gap. So we're making the distance between the top pipe and the bottom pipe change in size. What happens to that depending on the skill level of the player. So the black line is the most skilled player, and this light line is the least skilled player. And as down here at a pipe gap of 20, none of the players are surviving, right? They all have a difficulty of 1. It's impossible. And then suddenly the pipe gap gets big enough that they're able to jump through it, and the expert player drops down quicker, but the novice player takes a long time to get better. So if you were to say, I want to throw away all the games that are above this red line with a difficulty more than 0.7, you have this big range here, depending on the skill of the player. And so you have to say in the beginning, okay, well, we're going to say that we're going to measure humans, we're going to measure their reaction times, and we're going to say, 40 milliseconds is the average player. And so that'll be, let's say, this line here, or maybe this line, and that's just kind of what you truncate. But this space is kind of smooth, and if you get it off by a little bit, like the line is certainly nearby, what you need. Another challenge with this is that the AI determines the kind of games you can find. And Wiggins talks about this in his work, about how the method of search really determines what you're going to find. And so what we wanted to do is create a game that had negative gravity and negative jump. So instead of the bird hopping along, it's a duck, underwater duck, who's diving every time you tap the screen, and it's floating up to the surface. Right? Exact same game, but the gravity and jump are flipped. And the AI, our system should have found this, and it didn't find it, and looked into the code, what's going on? It's because I assumed that when you cross that line, you're always crossing it from above going down. But in this game, you're crossing it going from the bottom to the top. Okay, go ahead and change the AI, and now I can find this game. You don't really want to do that. So I would recommend that you need a general player, right? So Monte Carlo tree search type solvers, A-star, anything that you don't really have to encode the rules. You can just let play any game are the kind of AIs you want to use for this sort of work. All right, finally, we want to go through that point cloud. We've eliminated all of the games that are unplayable, remaining with just playable games. Let's go find the unique ones so that we don't have to look at all of them as a human designer. We can just say, okay, give me 5. So the first thing we tried was doing a k-means clustering, saying like, okay, let's get some representative games out there and we'll see, like, what does this look like? So here's an example of that gravity versus jump velocity. If k equals 5, give me the 5 representative games. It comes up with those 5 dots. If you say, give me a dynamic k, which means it does the same thing with a silhouette width and kind of complicated, but it can also tell you, I think you should have 2 representative games. Here's another version where we did speed versus the pipe randomness. Seemed to do a pretty good job of finding kind of well-distributed points. And what do these games look like? Okay, so we went and said, okay, now you can vary all of the parameters and give us 4 games using clustering, and here is what they look like. And they're not super readable, but in the back, I think. But they kind of look pretty much the same. Like, I don't think we can really tell that much difference between these games. I mean, if you do a quick comparison, okay, yeah, this one's thinner. But these don't look like unique games. These look like kind of the same thing as Flappy Bird. So we needed a new approach. And then what we did was we used a genetic algorithm that so it picked points in the point cloud, trying to maximize the minimum distance between those points in that set. So in this example here, if we were to pick 3 points, we would pick these 3 because in that set, the minimum distance is this one. And that's the longest way you can pick 3 points here with the largest minimum distance. So you wouldn't pick these 3 because then the minimum distance would be this one. And you wouldn't pick these 3 because the minimum distance would be that. Instead, you need to have points from all over the cloud. So that seems to do a better job. Now we have points on the outside of the cloud. Here's an example again with 8 points or with 5 points, and it kind of does a nice job there. This one's with 8 and 5 again, and it did a good job of picking up these outliers, which is kind of good. Like, if you have outliers in your space, you definitely want to look at those games because those are the ones that might be interesting. And what do these games look like? Now we have stuff that looks uniquely different. And I apologize for the contrast here on the screen, but I have a little demo. I'm going to show you what these actually look like. Let's see if I can pull this up here. Oops. Yeah, not even my paper, somebody else's. All right, so here's the generic Flappy Bird, original Flappy Bird, and you have 100 AIs playing this at once, and it's kind of going through and seeing how it works. Here's what Frisbee Bird looks like. So this was, again, the inspiration for this work. So those guys certainly look different than Flappy Bird. Again, no human here made this, right? This is all algorithms generated this game. Here's the first one of those 4 that came from the maximizing the minimum distance, and I call it needle gnat. Those look little needles, and I don't know if you can read it in the back, but This game looks a lot harder than it really is. What's happening here is that the pipes are all at the same height because the pipe randomness is actually 0, or very close to 0. And so this game is actually about how accurately can you tap like a metronome. And if you learn the rate that you should tap, then it's just a game of, visually you can't even do it. You just have to tune out the game and you just how accurate can I be? You can get high scores that way. That's pretty cool. This one is, I call Lazy Blimp, which is actually a pretty terrible game. I don't know. It's interesting from a perspective of maybe this would inspire you to this really slow moving thing, but probably toss that one in the trash. This one, originally I named it Droppy Brick, but I think it's more like Fleas or something, Droppy Fleas. But what's cool about it is the challenge is actually going from high to low. And so this one has really high randomness in the pipe gaps, which is cool, but then it forces you to deal with the fact that gravity is so high that the challenge is dealing with this drop. So that's, again, a game worth playing. And finally, this one called Pogo Pigeon. And the challenge here is avoiding the floor. The pipes almost don't even matter in this game, and it's just a matter of gravity is so high that it's constantly pulling you down. And so you try not to crash into the ceiling or the floor. Okay, so those 4 versions all generated by algorithm. No one got in the way. So I want to talk a little bit about some insights that I had while doing this work. The first thing, which was pointed out by one of the reviewers, is that unique games aren't necessarily interesting. In the first version of the paper, we talked about finding interesting games. And I have no metric for interesting. All I have is a metric for unique. And they're often the same, but that's not a necessary relationship. So it would be really great to have some metric that kind of understood what made things interesting. So certainly more work to do in that area. The other kind of insight here was that the extreme values are much more useful than the representative values. So you'd think that, oh yeah, the average points, those are the ones that tell me something about the game space. But it's actually the ones way on the extremes that are telling us something. So kind of an interesting insight for game designers. Here's a comparison, right? So these are the extreme games, which seem to be points in space, or points in design space that are really important to look at, and where on the right you have these representative kind of average games. Another issue is we're doing the comparisons in parameter space, and the problem with parameter space is it really depends on what those parameters are and the kind of the ranges that you have. So here are the same 5 points. I just scaled the dimensions I'm working in, and the distance in Euclidean space has changed between this is the smallest one over here, but it's the smallest ones now A and B. So what is unique in each of these 2 spaces is different, even though I'm sampling with the same numbers. So you kind of want to have a better understanding of what the perceptual space is you're working in, so that you can say, okay, changing gravity by this amount feels like something to the player as opposed to it just being some arbitrary parameter number. And the last insight I think was pretty cool about this work was this naming thing. So these games I was able to come up with names for by looking at them. Something came out and that sort of inspired me to give them these names that describe what's going on in them. Whereas these representative games, I can't name those. I don't know what to do. So is there some metric we can use, which is a nameability thing, that tells us, yes, these are unique, worth looking at. Again, I have no idea how to do this, but I would love to see somebody show me how to do that. So, all right, thanks, and happy to answer questions, or we have 8 minutes to discuss cool stuff about this. So yeah, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Gravity and stuff, or hyper-local pipe parameters and distance between pipes. So if you looked at any kind of parameters that might be clusterings of 5 or 10 pipes, and then a different clustering over here, the relationship across an entire level, because it feels still sort of uniform within the.
Yeah, no, I totally, well, that's not exactly the slides, but close enough. So,
this is the close one.
Yeah, so the question was, why did you pick these parameters and not ones that are more descriptive, like clustering not clustering, but things that like might change over time and kind of like group things together and be more.
Yeah. So like you're always picking like a pipe width between, let's say, like 3 and 5. Or
Yeah.
whatever. The pipe width might vary over the.
Right. So my excuse here is that we are not allowed to vary the rules in Flappy Bird. So what we really wanted to do was take the rules of Flappy Bird and just change the parameters.
Right.
And so that would require a rule change, because you'd have to go through and say, like, okay, well, now I'm going to allow the pipes to kind of come in groups or in flocks. Or maybe I'll have the game get harder as it goes, right? Like I want to speed up the game as we progress.
So you're saying that the fact that parameters might vary over time is no longer a parameter and is now a rule?
Well, it's not a parameter of Flappy Bird.
Right.
So it's totally worth searching that space. And actually, we're doing work now on what happens when you have games that speed up as you go along, or that get more difficult as you progress in them. Because a lot of games we play do that. Flappy Bird's actually quite unique in that it doesn't get any harder.
Right.
It's so hard that it doesn't need to get harder.
But like
right?
Robot Unicorn Attack, for example, is a game where the robot unicorn does get faster over time.
Yep.
So there is a parameter there, right, which is like acceleration.
So this framework
it's
totally.
Like a second order parameter.
Yeah. So this framework totally works for that kind of thing.
Okay.
I've done it already, so I know that it actually does work. And it's just like I said, for this work, we didn't do it because Flappy Bird doesn't do it.
Okay.
But if you want to make another parameter, which is how fast do these things change? What's the velocity of pipe gap, right? Or what's the acceleration of pipe gap? Or even they can even be step functions. They don't have to be like these linear things. So yeah, framework still works. Just the example we used doesn't do it, but yeah. Michael?
When you were talking about this maximizing the minimal distance
Yeah.
thing, it reminded me of novelty search.
Yep.
Is this, was it novelty search, or was it like, because the whole time I was thinking maybe this should just be completely non-objective and forget about this like winning and losing and AI player stuff and just throw straight up non-objective.
Yeah, we definitely cited novelty search in the work, and it is a type of novelty search, right? It's one of them is what's the distance between the points. I think that would be another totally valid method that you wouldn't have to generate the cloud first, right? You could just generate them on the fly.
Do you have any intuitions about what would happen, though, that you would just, like, you wouldn't find playable games? So if you talk to someone like Ken Stanley, he'll bring up these examples of, like, doing non-objective novelty search for robot controllers, and they actually, like, solve the problem, even though they're not actually trying to solve the problem, right? And so you get these, like, weird, these kind of counterintuitive effects that, like, just trying to be novel actually solves things.
Yep.
So do you think in this case, do you have an intuition whether just trying to be novel would also result in playable games in that sort of auto magic way that it works for robot controllers? Or
I think my co-author wants to answer this.
So we discussed this pretty extensively, which kind of algorithms we were using. And one thing with the novel search, as formatted by my understanding, is that we would end up with like a large amount of games that were very different from each other. But now we wanted to control, we wanted exactly this many games that were as different from each other as possible. So is this sort of evolutionary algorithm foundation we have right now is essentially just a straight away translation of that. So if we did novelty search, we would still need another layer on top to pick out the few unique points.
You'd still, like, you just end up with too many points still, like
you
on the first layer of
yeah.
search.
Yeah, so it's also this thing that, in this case, the genotype-phenotype mapping is sort of very, very direct. And that's why it's pretty simple to just randomly expose space by randomly generate points as we're down here, and then basically the distance difficulty estimations just functions as a filter. So that's like the constraint for which ones we can search among. So novelty search would make less sense in this case because it makes more sense when we have a more complicated genotype to phenotype mapping. So you can't just like explore. So for example, in the classic example of novelty search, if you could just specify immediately where the robot will end up, you wouldn't need novelty search. You would just need random search, like uniformly randomly sampled space. Now, novelty search is useful exactly because you can't just specify the end position. You specify the neural network that controls the robot, and that's why it's so cool, But in this case, we're sort of just we know if we want to sample this point, we can just do that. So we don't need knowledge search for doing that. The problem is that figuring out which are the most unique ones, which knowledge search wouldn't really help us with.
Also, it's not quite clear to this audience, but this stuff is actually quite easy to implement. And so one of the things that is important to my research is techniques that developers in the field could use if they wanted to. And to implement these kind of AIs is not hard, right? To adjust the time by a little, not difficult. And so, I think that somebody could use this. I think implementing novelty search and understanding the variance, different stuff is a little more complicated to do.
I have a related question from what you just mentioned, which is from Antonius. He said, do you think, does showing a set of games to a designer help the designer become better as a designer, using the word a lot, or is it just kind of sanity checking for non-interesting variants? Basically, do you think that a designer can learn something or become a better designer from looking at these different variants and from visualizing them and seeing how the space that, if Flappy Bird's designer looked at this and saw the space that was just on the fringe,
yeah.
do you think that people could...
So the question is, by using a tool like this, can a designer become a better designer?
I think that was the question.
I don't really, I view a designer for system-type games as somebody who's is an explorer who's exploring the space and looking for these hidden gems that already kind of exist mathematically out there. They just haven't been found yet. And so I see this as a tool that helps the designer do their job. But I don't want to say you shouldn't really use this stuff. We're only using this because designers are bad. I think it's no, humans and computers can work together to do really well together, because humans, I think, are really good at looking at a game that's close and then going, oh, you know what, I can make this a lot better in 2 steps. Whereas it's really hard for a human to go from here to way out there, because, again, like I said, it gets scary on the way, right? You make a lot of mistakes and get lost.
I think there's a fascinating analogy between mathematical assistance software with mathematicians and this with games. It's really interesting. Antonius also wanted to say, I'm just going to read it, I don't actually know enough about novelty search to rephrase this. Novelty search will probably create many uninteresting levels, while those on the border between playability and unplayability may be more interesting and harder. He says that gravity and pipe deviation are not exactly direct mappings between parameters and levels. I'm not sure what he's getting at there, but I think this was a comment about the discussion you were just having.
Okay.
I don't know whether that's... But he asked me to point it out.
Kate.
I don't know if this is a useful tool for you or not, but in the way back machine of 2007, I was doing similar difficulty analysis on some generated levels that I had done for sort of Sonic the Hedgehog style, robot unicorn style game. And it turns out actually with ballistics like this, it's very easy to solve algebraically for give me the time t that I would flap to hit any edge in this.
Yeah.
And so you can you don't even have to do it statistically. You can actually bracket what is the range of times such that I make this window, and you can measure that window very precisely.
Yeah, so that's a great point. I actually had this argument with Dan, who's one of the co-authors on this. So the question was, when you're doing this, these are parabolas, so why can't you just solve them algebraically or, and the reason why I didn't do that in this work is because it doesn't scale very far, right? Pretty quickly you get to games where there's just things that you can't even model. You can write code that make them happen. I think Mario jumping is great, right? That's not physics, that's Mario physics. And it feels really good, and you
just tuned enough to not be
right, and you want a state machine, and you just want it to be that way, and you just Julian?
So I guess this is a related question. I'm trying to figure out extensibility, right? So your motivating example was, or one of them was chess variants, and there's lots and lots of different variants of chess.
Yeah.
Lots of them are terrible. Some of them are interesting, and great chess players have proposed lots of different variants that they like to play with. Could you wax philosophical for a couple of minutes about the different pieces and how they would need to be extended to be able to get to something the complexity of chess? Because my feeling is you're not looking at parameters anymore.
Yeah.
You're kind of looking at rules.
So the question is how do we create great chess variants using this framework? And I think Cameron Brown's work is much more applicable to that. I think this work is really focused on action games. And that's there's no strategic decision to make in Flappy Bird, which is why this works really well with this. And now, there's a huge category of games that do this, right? Canabalt and whatever. That's just, I don't want to rattle off all the games that do this, but action games are an important thing, and I think they've actually been understudied because game theory was based on learning how to play chess really well. And so strategy games have been really explored, and action games haven't. So I think this drawing here is a key insight, I think, to analyzing these sort of games. It's very important to start making this a little harder, right? So games where you have a choice and also have action components, I think, are the next, or not the next, but a next step. And there was a little bit of work on this at FDG, the Monte Carlo, using Monte Carlo tree search truncation as a way to simulating skill level of different players. Yeah.
I think we've got to call it there.
Yeah.
Let's thank Aaron very much. I'm going to set up now for our next talk, but in the meantime, please, thank you very much. Please feel free to go and grab some drinks, or I don't know why I'm holding up the microphone because you don't get any drinks. But there are some cans of drink. I believe there's maybe some coffee.
Is this coffee break time now?
Yes, stretch your legs. Let's say, how long do you want? 20 minutes, Julian says. Julian needs 20 minutes, so 20 minutes it is. And I'm going to go and get the next talk ready, which is video talk. So there's a bit of... I'm going to try and get it to play directly into the stream as well as through here. So...
How would you feel about giving this talk?
Oh, yeah.
Hello there, everyone.
Yeah, it's like Conception, but better, because it's in a conference. Right, so this next section has 2 talks in. They both have something unusual about them. The first one is this that you're going to see in a minute, the Techie Tech system for automated minigame generation. This is work done at the University of Falmouth University, sorry. Simon Colton has prepared a video presentation. Unfortunately, no one could come. Simon has recently become a father in the last few weeks, so do it for me a round of applause. I think he is actually on the stream. He might be able to hear. So Simon made this video apparently at 6 a.m. He wanted you to have something to see about the work, so I'm really grateful for that. If you're on stream, I'm now going to switch directly to the video so you won't be able to hear anything, and I'm hoping it will work. And then we're going to try and listen to the video as well, and nothing's going to go wrong. First thing that's gone wrong is what? Oh, okay. Right.
Here, and I'm presenting work by Ed Powley, James Cluett, and myself on the Hello there. Hello there, everyone. This is Simon Colton here, and I'm presenting work by Ed Powley, James Cluett, and myself on the Techie Tech system, which does whole game generation, and these are the first steps. This is work done at the Metabakers Institute at Falmouth. I'm really sorry for the work section tech system. Hello there, everyone. This is Simon Colton here, and I'm presenting work by Ed Powley, James Cluett, and myself. One small file, and you can very carefully check whether that has changed. Hello there, everyone. What's going on a new level? I'm This is Simon Colton here, and I'm presenting work by Ed Powley, James Cluett, and myself on the Tech system, which does whole game generation, and these are the first steps. This is work done at the Metaplex Institute at Falmouth. I'm really sorry I can't be there today in person to present this talk. I'm actually on paternity leave. Our beautiful baby daughter Emma was born just 3 weeks ago, and she needs all of my attention right now, so I couldn't make the trip to Utah. I'm really pleased that Mike and Chong Yu have organised this workshop, and I hope it becomes a mainstay of the conference for the next however many years. I think it's great to have this workshop at the conference. Ed, James and myself, along with Michael Cook, who you all now know, and Tanya Krasinski, who many of you will know, form the Metaplex Institute. This is a new initiative at the University of Falmouth where we are going to be undertaking translational research, turning research prototypes into more stable and more commercial implementations. There's going to be a particular focus on the applications of computational creativity to game design, and we're going to focus on handheld devices probably. It's going to look at procedural content generation and whole game generation, so this will be the new home for Angelina. Certainly this is where Mike's projects will be funded for the next few years, and we are interested in failing big, and of course hopefully succeeding big. So we're going to try out some potentially disruptive and potentially stupid ideas on the games world, and we'll see. And I'll be talking about that with respect to this project later on. This institute is funded by the European Commission's European Research Area Chair Programme for 5 years, and the aim is to be self-sufficient by bringing in research money and crowdfunding and commercial activities in order to pay for future research. Our first new project in this Metaplex Institute is called Teka. So this comes from Teka, which is Javanese, Indonesian, for puzzles. And of course this is in Java, so I've cleverly taken Javanese and Java game technology to produce the Teka name. I know, it's terrible. I can hear your groans all the way from Utah, which is particularly impressive given that you're about 16 hours in the future. But we like the name. It's quite exotic and quite memorable. So, in overview of the project, the ultimate aim really is to find conditions, if they exist, under which gamers will pay for mini puzzles, mini games generated automatically by software. We believe that in any computational creativity project, going to the next level involves commercialization, possibly. Getting people to part with real money is a real validation of the field as well as the project itself. This will be a further project in whole game generation. There aren't that many projects in this area. It's a very interesting and exciting area. And we'll be building on the work of Michael Cook with the Angelina system and on other previous work. So see the paper for a short but packed related work section on whole game generation. We're going to be bringing in high-level computational creativity understanding. So, for example, we're going to get our software to frame its own work, which is an existing technique now in computational creativity. And we want to study new issues. So myself and Mike are very interested in issues like subjectivity. What does it mean for software to be subjective? Which we think is probably going to be a big issue when we want to get people to buy games from software. We're going to study automated code generation, software writing software, as a major platform for computationally creative systems. And we're going to try and link up the Tech system with other projects. So the What If machine, which some of you may know, which does automated ideation to give ideas for games, and a painting fool to bring in some visual design. That's an automated artist. So we are looking at generating mini-games with Tech. These are very simple, although technically difficult, casual games, which have got puzzle elements, which involve working out what on earth is going on, the rules, the interactions between the objects, and the timings of things. And once you've worked out what is going on, it's not obvious how you can manipulate the system to actually complete the game, so you have to come up with strategies, and there are physical elements to the game. So once you've worked out how you're probably going to do it, you have to then learn the skills in order to use your mouse or your finger in order to drag things around and achieve the end of the game. And so that's mini games. This is very much a computational creativity project. So as you all know, it's perfectly obvious that games are the coolest thing in computational creativity right now, as per this workshop. And producing mini games requires automating creativity in software over various art domains, audio, visual, interaction, everything needs to be automated for games. And there's a great paper at last year's conference on how the field of video games is perfect for computational creativity, so I would suggest you have a look at that. Software writing software has obvious potential in computational creativity, and to the best of our knowledge, this project, Tech, is the first where the code has been explicitly written to make it easier to alter itself and add new code automatically. This is very much a software writing software project. Mike has looked into this with the Mechanic Minor module of Angelina, and we want to build on that. That was very successful, and we want to really test whether software writing software is a big thing or not for computational creativity. We think it will be a big thing. And this also raises some interesting issues philosophically and practically, taking procedural content generation issues further. And I'll be discussing those issues later on. So very briefly, there is software, obviously. Tech is a Java system, and it's been coded explicitly for automated coding. So I've written this explicitly to be able to be automatically altering itself in order to produce different games, ones which we couldn't have imagined in advance because we couldn't even imagine the software which ran them. On the left here is the overall view. There is very little of extra code which are not game elements in Tech, and maybe as little as a few hundred lines which run the games. So this is not a matter of automatically generating a representation of a game and then having this huge great framework to interpret that game, which has been done in various ways through PCG. No, this is actually writing software and combining that software or at code level. So if we look at the second image there, that's the breakdown into the game elements: animation, audio, event detection, event handling, killing, object changes, overall design, rules, spawning, style, and visual. So we've broken down game elements into those categories there. There are actually 43 game element types, and that list will grow, which have been instantiated so far into 82 classes. So you can see there are 2 collision event detection objects, and there's an abstract one there, but there's edge collision event detector and object overlap collision event detector, and they can be both used at the same time perhaps in order to design the game. Each of the game elements implements a respond to tick method, which is given a game and changes that game, and passes on a list of events which have happened as that response was carried out. These elements cover absolutely every aspect of these mini-games, including the order in which these game elements are called. They're called in a linear order, and they pass on the game from one to another, and they pass on a list of events from one to another. So everything from audio to visual design to interaction to events to spawning, everything is covered in one of the game elements, and very little code elsewhere. It's highly modular, so that small changes can be experimented with. This is important from the point of view of software writing software. As everything is broken down into 43 different pieces of code, then you can make one small change in one small file, and you can very carefully check whether that has changed the game. So there won't be great butterfly effects. It won't be great knock-on effects of changing something because of large amounts of code. So each of these individual Java classes is only 20 or 30 lines long. So we can be much more in control when software begins to write its own code. There is a hierarchy there of abstraction. So everything is an abstract game element, and if you look here, there is an abstract spawner, and then there's an abstract cell spawner as subclasses of those. And therefore, the software in the future, when it is writing its own code, will know that if it changes code in abstract game element.java, that's going to have a massive effect on the game. Whereas if it changes the code in abstract cell spawner.java, that's going to have a less of a change on the game. So it will know the likely local and global changes, global influence of the changes that it makes. Again, this has all been carefully designed for future work where the software will write its own code and change its own code. So the progress so far, which I'm going to go into some detail about now, there's been 4 stages. Already done was stage 1 and stage 2, which produce a game designer and a GUI for that, which is able to produce games which are difficult to complete. And I'll show you one of those in a second. Stage 2 was producing games which can convey some meaning. We don't yet know which of these games are going to be interesting and fun, but we're probably quite sure that the interesting and fun games are going to be at least a little bit difficult to complete, and probably going to want to convey at least some meaning, even at an abstract level. So we wanted to get over these 2 hurdles of making sure that the games in the search space are actually potentially interesting by being difficult and conveying some meaning. Currently, Ed and James are working on transferring the code from the Java desktop version to the Android environment for handheld devices, and Ed is working on implementing an automated playtester using MCTS in order to tell which of these games are playable and which ones are not. So, in stage 1, back at the start of the year, we used the designer to produce 10 games, and then we circulated them, and we got people to play them, including people who were at the Darkstool seminar this year on AI and games. The series was called What the Hell is Going On? And the idea was to test this meta heuristic that people might be interested in games where unlearning what you previously learned in one level is as important as learning what's going on in a new level. Being able to quickly adapt to a new environment was the meta mechanic for these games. These were generated randomly and then tweaked by me, and in the earlier games they needed to tweak more. In the later ones I just clicked on generate until games started turning up which are actually almost playable. One of the 10 games was completely automatically generated, and I'll show you that one. One other needed one minor tweak, changing a number from 6 to 8, I think. In very non-experimental conditions, we showed that these are games which are difficult to complete. I've watched players spending up to an hour happily trying to solve one of these mini-games, and often failing, needing to be told what to do and or shown a solution. Certainly people at the Darkstool Symposium would get through an entire bottle of wine trying to solve these games, much to my enjoyment, and would keep coming back for more, which was surprising. There were some interesting findings from feedback from people. The social aspect is important. That is, people like to play these games together to egg each other on, to try and work out the strategies together. And the games are a bit terse, a bit difficult, not for interesting reasons, but for design reasons. So they should be more like fun toys to play around with, regardless of whether you can solve them or not. So a bit more fun in the games was an important finding there. In the next slide, I'm going to show you one of these games. This is one which was completely automatically generated. I didn't change anything about this. It's a 2-stage game, very interesting, very difficult actually. The first stage you have to stop the pieces from going off the edge by clicking on them at the bottom right hand corner, which is tricky. I'm showing you here an almost solution to this, but it took me hours to get this right. Once you stop them from leaving the screen, you then have to get 10 of them onto the board. Now, in this particular game, I've screwed up and I haven't got 10 on the board. But you can click on them when they're overlapping each other, and then they'll go off in a random direction. And if you're lucky, like I'm about to do now, you can squeeze another 1 or 2 of them on the board. That one will go on the board. And I had no idea this game, of course, was in the search space, but really interesting. There you go. I can probably squeeze that one on. No, not that one. And ultimately, in this game, I have to give up. But this puzzle is solvable. Yet, pretty much everyone I showed this to at the Dog Show Symposium and others could not work out how on earth to solve it, and didn't believe me, some of them, when I said that it was indeed solvable. I have to wait for this video to play out. I'm not sure how long there is left, but I certainly gave up on it before I tried everything. Okay, there's 10 seconds left. Sorry for the delay there. You can see it's a beautiful game, but it's about to end in 5 seconds. Yes, I gave up on this, sadly. But very interesting, given that it was completely automatically generated. Okay, for stage 2, at the Dog Show Symposium, there was a game jam day, a day and a half, in fact, when we all got together and we made games. I went off to the library myself and wrote the extra code and wrote these games all in one day, to reflect life at the Dogstall Castle somewhat. And I'm going to show you these games in a demo. But I managed to get 5 of them done, and all of them have graphics and audio and somehow reflect life at Dogstall. Again, these were well received, and they definitely convey meaning when given with a suitable backstory. And I'm going to show you the demo now. This demo is about 10 minutes, so you might want to fast forward if this talk is going to take too long. So to the chair of the session, please fast forward this demo as you see fit. So this is the Tech system. I'm just going to fire it up now. We'll see eventually the designer, and on the right is where the game comes out. In the designer you can see that each of the Java classes for the game element has its corresponding screen where you can change all of the parameters as you see fit. It's all there. Everything possible about the game is changeable, from the way it spawns elements, to the rules, to the music, to the animations and so on. The only other thing to mention about the designer is this tab mechanism at the top there. This means that you don't just have to have one game element for each type of game element. You can multiply them up, you can layer them up by having more than one. And I often do that for the rules, so you have 4 or 5 different rules for a game to make it more challenging. And you can do that with all the other game elements. If I click on Command R, which I'm going to do now, then it will generate a random game. There is audio and sound effects, but I'm going to turn them off so that you can hear me. This is a random game. Dragging things seems to do something. You don't know what's happening with the game. It seems to be putting the cells on in order, with the pieces being spawned and dropping. I don't seem to be gaining points particularly well for this game. I know that I'm going to die as soon as one of them falls off to the end of the screen. All cells touch, no overlap. I don't think this game is actually playable. And there is the end of the game as one of the pieces fell off. So you can do that. You can do Command R, get a random game. Here's another one, Command R again. This game is a bit different. And Dan Ashlock, I thought he would turn up. When you drag, they get bigger, I think. And you could go over to the designer, you could play around with the settings. Suppose we want that board piece to go faster. Let's increase the speed there. And when we do Command P to play the game again, you'll see that we have a different backdrop, but the piece is going faster. And so on. So I'm going to load a game which was already designed, and I'll show a few other games which you were able to design with this interface, just to kind of show you what things you can get. So I will load up an abstract game. In fact, this one will do. for this game you have to click on the pieces as they go over the board. Now, because I'm doing screen grab, this is extremely slow in fact. And you click on them so that they don't touch the white lines. There, I've got one. So my progress has gone up to 4% here. This is tediously slow because I'm screen grabbing and it's taking up all the cycles. But I could try and get it to go faster. Let's speed that up and press Command P to play. Let's see how fast that is. A little bit faster, a bit jerky because of the screen grabbing. But that's kind of the normal speed you'd want to get it at. This game is very difficult. In the original colour scheme, it looked like Fireflies, and that's what Mike called it. It's one of his favourite games. But you can actually solve this. You can just about get them on in time, if you're very lucky. And I had to practice for about an hour to get this game, and I went running into the kitchen to show my wife that I'd actually solved it. It was real joy when I found out that this game is actually solvable. I wasn't quite sure for the whole hour I was playing it. I just managed to squeeze the last piece on right at the end, and I was very pleased. I wasn't sure the entire time I was playing that it was actually a solvable game. If I change the random seed to something else and press Command P again to play the game, it's likely that this is not solvable now because the configuration of the pieces has changed in the interim. Okay, I'll just show you some other games. These are the ones which have got a bit more meaning in them. Let's find this game. Resources, games. So there's 5 in here. This one is called Fabulous Dan Ashlock. You are the yellow dot, and you have to drag the yellow dot to the bottom of the screen without running into any of the Dans who will engage you in far too many conversations. And when the yellow dot turns up, will it ever turn up? There we go. Then you have to drag, I lost because I ran into a Dan. Again, it's all very slow because of the screen grabbing software, sorry about that. But that's actually quite an interesting reaction game, a steady hand game, and again solvable, but sometimes if you change the random seed, it becomes unsolvable. Load another game. This is Random Lunchtime Shuffle. For those of you who've been to Dog Store, you know that every lunchtime and dinner time they randomise the table settings so that you never know who you're going to be with. This game is in honour of that. There's the first table, there's the first person. Put that person on a table and they become happy. You've got to get 4 people on each table, but there's a sting in the tail of this game, which is that as you put a person on a table, they get fatter, they get bigger. So it gets more difficult to actually fit them on. And you've got to get all the tables full up. And there's an even bigger twist at the end, which when you realise that you have too many tables, and you have to kind of get rid of one. That game kind of shows a bit of meaning. I'll load another one. This is Too Many Michaels. Your job here as the PhD advisor of Michael Cook is to get him to have far fewer ideas than he's already having, running around having far too many ideas. To do that, you can only drag one of these pieces and you have to bump the other ones around. If you let go at the wrong time, then as you'll see, all the lights light up and you've lost, because one of them will go off the screen in a second. This one here is going to go off the screen in the top right, and I'm going to die. And you have to kind of herd all of the light bulbs into one corner and then release it just at the right time when one light bulb comes on. Again, that shows you can design games with this interface to have some meaning. Trying to get Mike to concentrate on just one idea was the difficult, was the aim of the game there. One more game to show you. Let It Snow. This is kind of a non-game. I think Ed was quite impressed by this game. If you do anything in the game, if you drag, then you lose. Also building. So, as with any good computational creativity project, this approach raises some issues, and it will drive the field forward, hopefully. So when I was building the original Tech system over Christmas, I was also playing Monument Valley. You'll probably know this game. It's a beautiful iPad game, and it's won all the design awards, and it's well worth playing. And you can finish it in about 90 minutes, or quicker if you're good. I took a lot longer, sadly, because of this one level here, this screen here. It took me about an hour to solve this, whereas each of the other levels took 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And here's a spoiler alert, if you haven't played this game, turn away now. But I had no idea you had to pull that damn lever at the top right of the screen. I tried everything in the screen to solve it, and just couldn't get there. I eventually worked out that green lever is the key to everything. But the question is, why did I carry on? I persevered for so long, way past all the other screen times. And the reason is because I knew there was a solution to this. Not only because about another million people had already solved it, but because there's no way us two, the design company who built this game, would ship the game with a non-solvable level in it. And that got me thinking, well, what a shame. I get, from my normal day-to-day job in science, I get to solve problems which may not be solvable, and I'll be the first person to solve them. And that got me thinking about the comparison of games with pure mathematics. I'm from a pure maths background. So solving the puzzles from Tech is very much like solving mathematical puzzles or problems. It requires logic, it requires skill and hard work. Now, commercially produced games tend to have all levels which are solvable. It would be absolutely shocking to find a game with a level in it that just couldn't be solved. This would definitely be seen as a bug in the program rather than a feature, for sure. So the comparison with maths is at the kind of tutorial exercise or exam question level. Imagine setting a maths exam with an exam question which was not solvable. There will be outrage. So that is the kind of analogy with games at the current state of play. And we wouldn't design a game to have an unsolvable level in it. So the question is there value in possibly unsolvable games? What about the comparison with research mathematics, notably open conjectures? Open conjectures are often thought to be true when actually they're false. Loads of times people have tried to prove a theorem, I know I have, which turns out to be false. And here mathematicians have got this constant battle with themselves. I know this personally. Should we carry on proving this because it might not be true? Or should I try and find a counterexample? No, I'll try a bit more proving. No, I'll try and find a counterexample. And really it's a stressful struggle. However, the payoff is huge. I've noticed myself, when you prove something mathematically, you have this joy of knowing that you are the first person in the world to know that that something is definitely true and it's fundamental. So the struggle is definitely worth it. There's a big payoff, even though you may well be doing something futile. It may well be impossible for you to prove or disprove a conjecture. So the analogy with games would be mini-games or levels which may or may not have a solution. And you have the question, is it worth it to be the first person in the world to have solved the game, given that it might be futile, given that you never know whether that game is solvable? So this is what I'm interested in as an issue raised by this approach. And our first attempt to fail big, I try something important out in the world, is as follows. Ed is currently implementing an MCTS bot to play these automatically generated games, and James is porting the desktop version to Android for handheld versions of the games. So we're going to deliver mini games to players which the bot says are difficult, but the bot has not solved the game. So it will say, I got 90% of the way here, can you get the extra 10% of the way? So that game will be possibly unsolvable and possibly solvable. And the software won't know, no one else will know, because no one will have seen these because it's automatically generated. So this will pose a challenge to the players. Is this game solvable? Will you be the first to solve it? Or will you actually be able to prove that it's impossible to play the game, to solve the game? And the raises the following questions. Will this really annoy people? I think this could be the most stupid thing in the world, but it might also be a very interesting new avenue for gaming. Can we build a community around this? Posting open conjectures, open games every day, and letting people fight to be the first people to solve it. Will people part with money, which we'll use to fund future research in the Metamakers Institute? Will they pay for the privilege of playing these games? These are interesting open questions, and we may well find out that this is a really bad idea. Good game design does not involve producing games which are unsolvable. Or we may find that there's a niche market for people who want that kind of extra massacre game where it may well not be possible to solve the game, and you may well never know whether it's possible or not. So just to wrap up, here are some pictures of the tablet version that James has been implementing. This is Fabulous Dan Ashlock, the game. As you see, when you turn it to the landscape mode, you get the designer. When you turn it to portrait mode, you get the entire game. And here is Too Many Michaels. So as you can see, they've been ported successfully. In terms of future work, Ed is working on the MCTS automatic game player with macro actions. So rather than the MCTS bot doing rollouts where it moves each piece pixel by pixel, which would be far too big a search space to try and solve these games, Ed is designing a system where each macro action uses simpler AI methods to play the game. So rule-based play, or one-ply search, and A-star pathfinding, the things he's been implementing. And it's looking very promising. It seems that the Techie Tech games can be played automatically in this way, and we'll use it to filter games which are too easy and possibly which are too hard in the future, very soon in fact. James is re-implementing everything in libgdx. We had this issue, we want the games to be playable on handheld devices, but the MCTS solvers can't run on handhelds because you need to perform awfully large computations. You have to do millions of playtests in order to find the games which are good. So we realized that Java and Android flavors of Java are actually really quite incompatible, so we're having to re-implement that way. I'm going to be looking into automatic code generation techniques. Tech structure lends itself very well to a copy-paste-tweak approach. So we're going to take an existing class which already works, we're going to copy it, and we're going to tweak it so that it is slightly different, and then we'll test it in the game and see whether it's changed anything, whether it's made the game better or worse. I'm really interested in software writing software. This is a nice project for that. We will need to look into ways to cut down the search space of games by implementing additional game functionality. As game elements, the search space is ballooned beyond reason. So one possibility is to design hundreds of games by hand and get software to alter them incrementally. So you've got safe points in the search space where you know the game is solvable, and the software can tweak them and check the value of the new games. Okay, that's the end of the talk. Thanks very much for listening. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. I may well be online right now to answer questions if the technology is available, although bear in mind that I'm 8 hours ahead here in Spain, so it may well be too late for any of that. Thanks also to the people who played Tech's game and have given us great feedback along the way. Okay, thanks very much.
Right. Well, in a weird system that could only be possible through this strange mashup of YouTube and videos and stuff, you can now ask questions to Simon. He is online in chat if we've got any, and he will try and respond. Does anyone have any questions that they'd like to ask? And then I can repeat them and wait a few seconds for him to think about it. Ollie.
Yeah, I'd just like to better understand the way that you discover what the rules of the game are. I mean, from what I understood, you have to find out what you're supposed to be doing. That's what Simon's doing. But then in the later games, Simon knew what the rules of the game were.
I just realised I might as well give you the microphone. So.
Hi, Simon. I can't hear you, but you can probably hear me. I wanted to understand better the ways that you found out the rules of the game. Are you just poking around until you work it out? Is it always that there's a score that's increasing in the bottom left-hand corner, etc.? Hope that's clear.
I guess maybe type it out, maybe that would be easiest.
Oh God. Can you repeat it?
Let's just shrink it until it's typable. How do you find out the rules of the game?
How do you find out the rules of the game?
Once you've generated a game. Maybe someone in the room knows the answer. It's much quicker.
So I know that one of the ways is purely through experimentation.
Simon says sometimes the games give you clues about how to progress and sometimes not.
As in, they say things.
Yeah, he says sometimes it's very difficult to work out. My memory of it is that you sort of have to guess.
Yeah.
Like you're given a thing and it's like, have I won yet? No. Maybe if I do this, have I won yet? No.
Okay, so sometimes it's very difficult to work out. It definitely is. But yeah, I think there is an element of trial and error. We were talking about it at some point, and I said it feels a bit like interacting with kind of an alien object of some kind and trying to decipher what it does. I like that element of it. I think Aaron, could you pass the microphone to Aaron? I think in theory it should be working.
Is this working?
Theory's all we need.
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay. There's sort of kind of an interesting, almost ethical issue of should we let computers give us problems that we don't even know are solvable? Like we do that to computers all the time, right? Like go ahead and play this game, tell us if it's playable or not. But I'm not sure that it's a great thing to have humans playing these random things that computers generate for us. So anyway, getting more information on that, is it just a thing of you haven't written the piece yet to test them, or do you really believe that there are things we should...
It's okay. I think
Sorry, I don't know. I went on there. Yeah.
This is a bit awkward. It's much easier to do it the other way around.
Yeah.
In response to the last question as well, Simon said, having said that, some people do hate the fact that you can't work out what's going on. Peter Cowing was at Darkstall, and he said that he likes games that are simple to understand but have complex strategies, and this game setup is kind of the opposite.
I've got a type thing ready if Simon needs it.
Maybe what we could do is just write our questions and then have him answer them.
If you're in the chat, yes. And of course, Simon's available online. And we're going to put this video up online as well. Although if the microphone's not working, I'm slightly concerned about the next. Okay, Simon says that he's not allowed to post any more chat comments because YouTube has apparently moderated him down. So, well, there had to go something... something had to go wrong with the stream, but the speaker's been banned from answering questions is definitely a new one. Well, could we clap very loudly so that Simon can hear through the microphone? Thank him very much. Simon will be talking at the main conference as well. He's at Goldsmith CCG on Twitter if you want to ask him any questions as well. Right. Give us a minute. The stream will go dead for a bit while we set up our final talk, and I'll hit the lights and various things like that. Or maybe the lights are good down. I don't know. Is it better like this? Feels a bit...
How crazy do you think I am?
Feels a bit sleep-inducing. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I think we need more lights.
I should go hit the lights.
Morning. Where?
Here. Would you like to use my clicky thing so you don't have to keep walking up to
yeah, please.
Yeah?
Clicky. I should get a clicky.
They're really great.
Yeah.
It's transformed my life. Well, the bits of it where I present talks. The rest of it
is
was
like
pretty much
about
the same.
50%. Introduction. Your keyword cannot be identified. No way.
That should probably be okay.
Yeah.
Right. Is this framed okay? Yeah, that's good. So, before I pass the microphone over to Julian, I just wanted to explain the reasoning for doing this. a couple of years ago, I co-organized a workshop with Alex Zook, and he had this lovely idea of inviting other talks from co-located workshops so that people could get a flavor of things they might have missed. I'm aware that some of you have seen this talk before, but many of you haven't, and I think it's really groundbreaking work. I think it was a really lovely conversation that produced some really interesting points, and I thought it would be especially nice here where there are computational creativity people meeting games people for the first time, that we talked about some of these topics. Originally, I'd planned that there was going to be some discussion afterwards. We may not have time for that. We might just want to go and have our own discussion in some of the many bars that are lining the street. But I'll pass over to Julian now anyway. Thank you so much for offering to present this.
Thanks.
Take it away. Last talk of the day.
Like this, I can be heard. Good. Right. Camera is where? On
I'll move it
here?
wherever you want. There we go.
You're following me? Okay, so I'm Julian, for perhaps some of you in the back. This is a presentation about a paper which is called AI-based game design paper. Game design patterns. It has 3 of the authors actually sitting in the room. Me, Mike, Gillian. Mike Traynor, who was presenting this last week at FTG, is not here, unfortunately. So I'll do this. I'll do this with some help from Mike and Gillian. So basically, they'll basically correct me when I'm wrong, or, just heckle me for no reason at all. Right? Good. Okay, so this is the outcome of a long discussion we had while we were all locked away in January. It was cold and dreadful, and we were locked away in a German castle with lots of beer and wine, discussing about AI and games, which was no questions about this. This is sort of thing that happens. Even more of the people in this room was actually in that castle, discussing. So basically, the idea is that we started thinking about where AI is used in games, and AI typically supports the game experience in various ways. Lots of games out there, maybe most of them, claim to have AI of some kind. And it typically supports narrative, supports the gameplay somehow, supports the pacing, as the case of an AI director. And there's very often the idea that noticing the AI, noticing that the AI is an AI, is a bad thing. That, you only notice the AI when it breaks, essentially. And for those of us who actually care about AI, feels like there's something wrong in here. There's like, is this really the only way we want to see artificial intelligence in games? And the discussion basically focused on a lot of the AI is really background AI. It's made to not to sort of be as invisible as possible and go away as much as possible. Here's a good example. This is Grand Theft Auto 5, I think. And as you drive really fast through the roads, other cars are actually moving a little bit away from you so as to let you pass. And you don't notice it. You just notice that you feel powerful and fast and everything because you're just such a damn good driver. And the only time you would notice this AI would be if it did something extremely weird, that could not be explained. And we were thinking that, sure, there's nothing wrong with this. This is a valid use of AI methods, but it's boring. We're not interested in this. We're interested in the opposite, foreground AI. That is, AI, which you really do notice, which a game is built around, and, crucially, as in our definition, AI, where you, as you play the game, more or less have to try to model what the AI is doing. You have to interact explicitly with AI and try to figure out what it is doing and have a model of it in your mind. So that was the definition of foreground. You can also talk about what is AI. So if you play a physics-based game like Super Mario Bros., it is a physics-based game. It has a lot of Mario physics, which is not real physics, as was remarked on before here. And the Mario physics is very much in the foreground, where you try to figure out various run and jump combinations and so on. And a large part of the game is doing that. But what about actually trying to figure out the actual, and of course, this sort of metaphor is not new at all. This was used, for example, in the work on prom week, with the idea of social physics, where you're actually trying to model in your head the physics that goes on as people socialize with each other and interact with each other in various ways. But we want to sort of basically restrict foreground AI to something that uses AI capabilities, some kind of reasoning or prediction or some other sort of AI capacity. We'll have a little list later on. And we thought that AIs which heavily feature, games that heavily feature AI in the foreground, we call them AI-based games. So what do we care about this, trying to define this and investigate what they are? Well, we want to discover new types of games. So there are all these games which are based on physics, based on lock-key combination, branching dialogue trees, and so on. But where can we go if we really want to build them on AI? So we want more, as we call it in Santa Cruz terminology, operational logics. I think Mike actually used the word Santa Cruz terminology for this. And another way of putting it is that we want the cool AI methods to be useful, regardless of what the AI Luddites in the industry say. You might have to edit this part out of the stream later on. You might say that this is putting the cart before the horse. We want a cool AI method to be useful. But if we never did put the cart before the horse, we would never have a car. I mean, why start with a horse? Makes no sense. So therefore, we decided to look into all the games we could think of that were heavily based on AI in a foreground role and try to sort of divide them up into various patterns. This is sort of meat of the paper here. What foreground roles has AI played in the past? Whoop. So the first one here, we come up with AI is visualized. So you have an AI method that is running somewhere, doing something, and by the way, it should be pointed out that several of these patterns can coexist in a game. So you have an AI mechanism happening, and its state is being visualized so that you can sort of take actions in the game depending on the AI state. This is the game called, what's it called? Third Eye Crime, right. It's written here, right, yeah. If I could only read. Third Eye Crime, made by Damian Isla and his team. We previously worked on Halo. And the interesting thing about this is using influence maps. So you're this sort of criminal with some sort of special psychic powers that are trying to sort of run around and do things and not get caught by these agents that just shoot you on sight. And you can see where they have been and which sort of are the hot areas that they're going to explore next. So their reasoning about the world is open for you. And as you play the game, you have to take this into account and sort of interact with AI state by sort of by playing in response to this. Next pattern, AI as role model. So this is from Spy Party, which is a very fascinating game, where you're a human. You're all humans. We're all humans. You're playing this game, and it's an asymmetric multiplayer game. Another player is trying to figure out who you are in a room full of NPCs and shoot you. But in order to do that, he can only see how you're behaving. You need to behave in a way so it's obvious. So basically, he needs to see that you are human, and your task is to look as unhuman-like as possible. That's basically copy the movements or behave in a way that the other NPCs are doing. So the AI here is a role model, and you're trying to follow what the AI is doing. AI is trainee. This is black and white. This sort of one of the most talked about games or most talked about commercial games in AI research, I would say. So you are a god, but you're not a very, and you're interacting with the world, but you're not a very all-powerful god. There are many things you just can't do directly, but you have these huge creatures that are like, this is a huge werewolf or something. And you can sort of show them what to do, and you can also give them rewards and punishments depending on what to do. You can train them to treat your little villagers and so on in various ways. So the role of the AI here is something, it's like the opposite of the AI as a role model. The AI is either trying to copy you or trying to do as you're telling it, and your job is to train it. So again, you need to interact with the AI system. AI as editable. This screenshot is from an expansion to Galactic Arms Race. Galactic Arms Race is an interesting AI-based game in itself, where you use massively multiplayer, collaborative, evolutionary content generation. But this particular expansion lets you edit these neural networks that define the various weapons in the game directly. So the neural network here, which can define pretty complex behavior, these weapons, which are really the star of the game, can go in all kinds of different ways, and you sort of allow you to use various tactics. But here you can actually go in and edit the AI directly, which is yet another way of interacting with AI. AI is guided. Now here, the AI is controlling various things in the game. This is The Sims 4. All the characters are in some way AI controlled, and they do things even if you don't tell them to, but you can guide them. You can tell them, maybe you should go here, maybe you should do this. Open the fridge. Oh, there's food. Good. And the guy is hungry and needs the food or something. You can build things that separates the various AIs, that gives them various affordances and so on. You can place things within reach, and they might discover that they are going to use them. You can influence the conversations. So you're sort of, and again, you need to sort of internally predict what the AI is going to do in order to play the game successfully. Except there is perhaps no real success criterion for The Sims, but make them do what you want to do. Have fun. AI is co-creator. You are creating something, the AI is creating something, you're doing this together. This is from the Viewpoints AI project by Brian Majarko. We didn't really find a commercial example of this, as far as I can remember. But you are basically dancing, and this fellow over here is improvising other dance moves in response to yours. So you're creating some sort of dance choreography together. Sort of an underexplored pattern, I would say. Oop. AI as adversary. We chose to wait with this slide and this pattern until later on because it's so obvious. This is like what so many people, not the people in this room obviously, but what so many other people think about when they hear about AI in game. Well, the AI in the game is whatever controls the enemy and tries to win over you. Well, it's true for some games. If you make an AI for chess, that's a perfectly valid use of AI. Deep Blue is one of these AIs. Its job is basically to sort of win over you. And a good AI as an adversary just wins over you. And while this is a very valid role for this in certain kind of sort of board games and other sort of games that are sort of digital board games. But for many other games, this is not a particularly useful pattern. If you, for example, designed an AI for an FPS game and designed it only as an adversary, it would be a pretty boring AI because it has superhuman reflexes. It would just camp out somewhere, and as soon as you enter the room, it will shoot you. And, well, yeah. How fun is that? In contrast to AI as adversary, we have AI as villain. AI as villain is an AI who behaves as if he, it, she, whatever, was out to get you, but actually isn't. It's just out to sort of give you a good experience. So this is Alien Isolation, where you have this extremely powerful alien that you're fighting against. Much of the game, you're not actually directly interacting with the alien. You're trying to figure out what the alien is relative to you. You're sort of overreacting to little sounds you hear and generally trying to sort of strategize about how to do so as not to get jumped by the alien. If the alien were only out to get you, if it was an actual adversary, it would just kill you right away. But that wouldn't make for a fun game. The whole part of the game is that the AI is sort of, a villain as in a movie. As, a James Bond villain. If the James Bond villain was actually going to kill James Bond, that would be pretty easy. Instead, it sort of sets up this sort of complicated contraption that would eventually kill James Bond, and James Bond sort of gets out of it, and that's the whole point of it. That's what's fun about it. AI is spectacle, finally. It's basically you're interacting with an AI, and the AI does something. It is not really clear how that is helping or sort of, helping or hindering you in terms of the game mechanics. It's essentially a complex process that you can just enjoy interacting with and see how it complexly unfolds itself in some way. This is a screenshot from Nowhere, which I have not played. Can you actually play it? Is it a game? It's not out. Right. So that was our list of patterns in existing games. Part of the point is that this list is hopefully incomplete. We really hope it's incomplete. We really hope there are other really interesting things that don't fit into these categories that you could do. And we'd really like to come up with new things you can't do. But it's also the point that you can actually use these in, you can use these patterns to sort of try to see if you can do this pattern and combine it with this pattern perhaps, and come up with a completely new game that you haven't done before. So we set up this simple little, this simple little formula, or whatever you call it, which basically says AI capacity plus AI-based game pattern gives AI-based game. So you take an AI capacity, something an AI can do, and you take one of these patterns, and voila, you have a game. Automatically. Done, sorted, game design is solved, go home. So what are AI capacities? This is like an admittedly incomplete list and perhaps sort of somewhat unstructured list of AI capacities. From all the sort of machine learning things like rule learning, functional approximation, object recognition, intent recognition, to action selection, which is done frequently, and like behavior-based structures and so on, planning, clustering, guided search, language sort of generation, or recognition, sentiment analysis, grammars, constraint checking, inference structure. Mike put big data upon here, and I'm not sure that's a capacity, but it's like, hey, it's a slightly unordered list. It's not meant to be exhaustive or like, final in any way. But you can just basically take one out of here and take one of the AI-based game design pattern, and you'll have a game, right? So we decided to do this in the same cold, well, it was cold outside, it was warm inside, in the same wintry German castle while drunk. True story. So two things that came out of this. One was Contrabot, which is a game where you are trying to pass messages you're trying to pass packages to your collaborator in some kind of dystopian future nightmare state. And you have these sort of little labels on the packages, and you want to send them to your collaborator without this sort of secret police or customs inspector or something trying to intervening and finding out. And so we have two layers of pattern recognition happening here: what the police is trying to figure out, and what what your sort of collaborator is trying to find out. And you're visualizing the AI state. How are you actually doing this? This is their current mind, right?
This is the this is the current suspicion, and then the thing that's shown just are like the recent ones that they've seen. Just the ones along the comms bar.
Okay. These are the ones you've seen, right?
Yeah. Just like the user interface and the artwork.
Nothing wrong with the artwork, right? Yeah.
No, but I mean, the machine learning thing I can't really comment very much on.
Yeah.
That was Adam Smith.
Yeah. It is. I mean, these were both made in a day, literally. So yeah. Less than that. Yeah. Second example of like trying to just take patterns. So this has patterns AI visualized and AI as adversary. Oh, okay, right. AI is visualized, AI is adversary, AI is guided, and the capacity is learning. Next example here is what are you doing? What are you doing? Here you're a shrubbery, and you have two child shrubberies that you need to guide. You need to provide, here you are, here's your kids. You need to find strawberries and give to them so they can grow. You also need to drop rocks into the rivers so you can ford the rivers, you can get somewhere. And you might need to protect them against evil scissors, but they're not there yet. However, this is complicated by the fact that your children are learning what you're doing. So this is the children's mind. They have been learning rules. Like they've been observing what you're doing because you're like the big parents robbery who would know everything very well. And they figured out that, for example, if I'm here and there's nothing in front of me, but there's like the end of the screen here and river over here, then you should move forward. And if you have river here and here, then you should turn left, for example. So they will start copying your what you're doing. But this is really bad because they can't do what you do. You can lift a stone and carry it away. But if they lift a stone, they will be crushed. And if they fall into the river, they will drown, etc. So your job is complicated by that your children are learning all your bad habits. Therefore, you need to sort of eat some of your strawberries and stock up in energy so that you can edit your children's minds. We cut out the bad habits they've learned. Yep. And this has the patterns. AI is trainee, AI is visualized, is the visualization, and AI is editable because you cut this out. Again, using learning as a capacity. This is not entirely finished, and one day we will finish it entirely. Right. So, so this goes back to the central equation here. I think that's it for this presentation. I'd just like to sort of do one thing which we couldn't do in the previous presentation, is to show Kate's spot here, which is Kate basically saw this presentation last week and immediately made a little Twitter bot, which basically takes these patterns and these various capacities and comes up with game IDs. Brilliant. A shadowy child driven by a header tracker generates PowerPoint presentations as a trainee AI. Someone's watching me. Man. As soon as a robot driven by a leap motion improvises caves as a guided AI. A puckish hive mind driven by social physics creates card games as a spectacle AI. Can AI as a role model guide a child to create a beautiful song? The player and the AI as adversary use a face tracker to improvise novel Zelda levels, etc. So basically here we just have an endless stream of new AI-based games that we should just implement. And, be done with it. Good. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions that they'd like to pitch about this talk? Okay, go for it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Do you guys have a list of the all of them, like that you did in the castle? Do you have a list of the capacities and patterns?
Yeah, it's in the paper. And the paper is online on, for example, my website, and Gillian's website. Which one are you going to get it from? Which one is best? I would recommend my website because it has very nice data streaming capacities and beautiful HTML. Right. That's not true. It's basically Dreamweaver from 2004. But there's a full list there.
So some AIs are modeling humans and trying to be human-like.
Mm-hmm.
Some are trying not to be human-like.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a new dimension, or does that fit into a framework? Or I don't know if adversary implies humanness or not.
It doesn't. I mean, villain implies basically being believable as whatever it is supposed to be, like a human or as like an alien or something. Adversary doesn't necessarily imply any of that, but villain would do. I mean, you could imagine that was a separate dimension. The problem is that it only humanness only makes sense for some of these patterns, like AI as a co-creator. I don't know if you can meaningfully talk about whether it's human or not, or human-like or not. Yeah. I don't know if that's a good answer. Yeah. Yeah. You could probably add. Yeah. You could definitely add more dimensions here in some way.
To maybe poke at that a little bit, there's this sort of idea of actionable model that I really like. You have to have an actionable model of what's going on. I don't know if you use that term, but you have to have a model that you can actually
Yeah. So that's basically sort of, behavior patterns. It's, that will be a more generalizable other sort of, dimension. What kind of behavior patterns does the AI in each of these patterns sort of,
So another thing, like, for example, Investing Planet is a game where the swarms of aliens kind of attacking you. It's clear that you're driven by AI, but it's not one adversary attacking you, it's a swarm.
Yeah.
So where does that fit in the equation?
That would fit as an adversary, but I mean, really, it could be more fine-grained there, like the swarm thing, because I mean, something that AI is very good at this is generating these sort of, feelings of overwhelmingness by coordinating a swarm of people doing things. Swarming, you could say, is a capacity. I mean, swarming algorithms, but you don't say it's a behavior pattern, right?
I would say it's almost maybe a sub-pattern or a new pattern. AI war also reminds me of that. Like, it's the sense that you're against mass consciousness almost. Maybe that is like a example.
Yeah. Maybe we need to have an extended version of this paper.
Yeah.
Maybe. So we started with Jeremy back there? No?
So did you come up with any anti-patterns?
Any what? That's a really interesting question. The closest thing is like, thinking of AI as adversary even when it shouldn't be. I mean, that's the most common I mean, there's a certain kind of researcher that sort of basically knows nothing about games, but knows something about AI. Actually, there's a ton of these people. And that go to games conferences or something, or go to other conferences, present a fancy AI paper, and just assume that AI as adversary is the role. And I think that's the closest thing to anti-pattern we could say. Basically, AI as adversary is not wrong. It has its place, clearly. But there's so many other things, really. So, we should just basically not stop looking at it, but yeah. Yeah, but anti-patterns would be interesting. Michael?
I was wondering how Scribblenauts might fit into this.
Ooh.
It's like Scribblenauts is basically taking a common sense knowledge base.
Yeah.
So capacity, it's like, what if you start with psych?
Yeah. Capacity is ontology, essentially.
But then Scribblenauts...
Do everybody know Scribblenauts? Yeah. This is like, okay, for those who don't know, basically it's a game where you sort of, it's very, very simple platform game mechanics. You can move a guy back and forth and jump it and so on. But then you can just type in whatever you want to and it appears. Car, great. Burning vase, right, great. And it is surprisingly good at this. And there are various versions of it. And then you use these things to solve problems. And depending on what kind of imagination you have, most problems can be extremely simple, but some are really hard.
So one way I could see fitting it in would be the capacity is common sense knowledge base.
Yeah.
The pattern is co-creator.
Yeah.
That
makes sense.
Like a new pattern that's needed.
Yeah, co-creator and common sense knowledge base. It's a very, very interesting one. You could guiding. Huh?
I think that's where I would put it.
Yeah.
And co-creator is very broad, right?
Yeah.
So you could, on all of these patterns, you can kind of divide it up. Like, is it co-creating in that it's like in a mixed initiative way making games with you? Is it co-creating with you and then it's providing brainstorming support? Like there's a million different ways to be a co-creator.
And to be fair, I think we discussed it. I'm not sure about what pattern we subsumed it under, or if we should have made another pattern. Just like AI as a collaborator, say, you play Mass Effect or you play Left 4 Dead and you have these other guys that are fighting with you, for example. And in a sense, it is a collaborator as well. Maybe we should add a collaborator pattern. Jim?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how physics engines play into this. So, like, is Angry Birds an AI-based game because it's has the physics engine as such a front and center part of the gameplay?
So how do we define AI so it does not include physics? Yeah. I mean, if you ask me, I'm like, that's great with physics-based games, but, I'd like to draw the line there and sort of, it's great to do physics-based games, but that's another thing. I don't know. I don't have an easy answer to that. Gillian has an easy answer to that.
No, it's not an easy answer to that. I think the distinction that I've been trying to draw between like a physics system and an AI system is that AI systems aim for a believable behavior, and physics systems like sometimes have a right answer. Now, this doesn't get true with Mario physics, right? Where like it's known quantity. It's not trying to do something.
It's meant to be fully predictable somehow.
It's intended to be predictable and played with fully.
Yeah.
So what about like social physics and Prom Week then?
Well, it's not predictable.
Prom Week is a social physics engine because they're saying, like, let's make the AI equivalent of the physics engine.
That was
Yeah. 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 I think that's something. Yeah, so I would say the social physics I always see the social physics in Prom Week as like the physics is a metaphor because it's obviously because it's obviously the opposite of physics in the sense of how extremely hard it is to predict, which is like the fun part of a Prom Week and also the part that makes you sort of like might make you give up on Prom Week after a while because it's like, whoa, I have no idea what's going on anymore.
No, it's totally intended as a metaphor.
Yeah.
It is intended to be a system that you learn through play, but I feel like in a different way than you learn physics.
I think Ali has a comment. We're waiting for a bit.
Yeah, my question is about the use of the term design patterns. So
Yeah.
I don't like to be pedantic, but I would say that what you've got there is a categorization. Design patterns is something a bit more specific. I did just check Wikipedia.
Yeah, that's good. The question is about, I'm not repeating any questions for the stream, sorry. The question is about the use of design patterns. Are these really design patterns? I don't know. We had a design patterns workshop just a few days ago, and so we're sitting there with Staffan, who was like basically wrote the design patterns in game design book, and trying to figure out a question that came up was like, what are design patterns? Because we also had a paper together with him, or me and Staffan and Steve, a student, about design patterns in RPGs. And this is a lot more sort of, it's a lot more down to earth. And we sort of made a point of making these connect all the way down to generatability, so you can sort of plug them into a generator. And these are something very different from the design patterns here. But I don't think there was a good definition. I mean, even Staffan, which I guess like appeal to authority, sorry for the bad argument, but if we end we're going to appeal to authority, I'll take Staffan over Wikipedia. I don't think there is a good definition. Anyone can?
I mean, in the original conception there are
the Alexander's design patterns, yeah.
Yeah, so he talks about
yeah.
reusability. I mean,
yeah.
Actually, some of those would apply.
Yeah.
I think it's more in terms of framing them as solutions.
Yeah.
Which is very easy to do.
Yeah.
Given what you've done, it's just a slight
Yeah. So the interesting thing is like in games research, I mean, there is a literature on design patterns, and they were never framed as solutions. They're framed as recurring and reusable, which I think these are, but they were never framed as and then more so sort of the origin of like design patterns in games. I mean, obviously they were inspired by Alexander and also by design patterns in software, but they're more like used as an ideation tool, like categorization and ideation. Never, it's like partly sort of they've been used to sort of discern like different versions of game from each other, which design patterns are implemented, which are not, and also to sort of ideate new games. What if we took these things? What could we get out of this? But yeah, solutions is an interesting thing. Could we reframe them? Probably could.
I mean that would be interesting because you would say like, how do I create an adversary?
Yeah.
And then one particular solution is to make an AI.
Yeah. No.
That blows the whole thing open in a way. But I totally understand.
Yeah. Or I mean, you could say that way, or you could say the solution like, how do I put algorithm X, like all our favorite algorithms, neural networks, ASP, whatever, into my game? Oh, here's a pattern. Here's a solution. I really like putting lots of carts before the horse. Michael?
I just wanted to try out a distinction between physics and AI that I used to use in talks in the mid-2000s. And I want to see people, I want to see it get shot down, basically, or refined. So the distinction I would use is that if you're looking at a game and all the phenomenon on the screen and you're trying to figure out what part of this is AI, what part of this is other simulation systems or physics, the AI is the part that affords intentional reading. So this is going back to sort of like Dan Bennett or to Alan. So it's sort of that in order to create the actionable model he's talking about, that to form the actionable model of the software system, you end up employing cognitive schema to do an intentional read in it. And it's not identical to complexity. So you can have tens of thousands of lines of code in a 3D physics engine, and there's no intentional reading. It's just like, oh yeah, there's water, and then you can have the, I don't know, like 100 lines of assembly code that define the pattern of finite state machines, and they afford really rich intentional reading. So it's sort of like this, art and AI is the art and craft of building software that affords intentional reading in order to form actionable models.
Yeah, so copying this for the stream, I mean, AI, as opposed to physics, are those things which force an intentional reading. So basically you can read in intentions and what to do. Oh, that thing there wanted to hurt me, instead of like, well, of course it fell down the cliff because it just fell down. That's physics. I think that's a very, very good distinction.
Well, and also intentional, even in the philosophy of mindsets,
Yeah.
it goes to like aboutness.
Yeah.
That I have to actually start.
It is following you. It's not just like,
So
following.
So is there anyone who would, let's poke some holes in this.
So does Scribblenauts work?
Scribblenauts does, because it's not the things on the screen. It's that there is an intentionality of the mind behind it. That it's like I put, I write down, dog, and a dog appears, and what is a dog going to do in here? And that's what. And so I sort of feel like there's this.
No, I don't mean like how the dog then moves around the screen.
I don't mean that either. I mean,
if you write Burning Man, expecting a giant festival to appear, and actually a man appears on fire, it's interpreted like it performed a creative act, arguably, in interpreting your request.
Right.
I think the problem is that Scribblenauts is not really a co-creator because it's really low impact co-creation. Like, but if you can imagine a more intelligent one.
I mean, like Scribblenauts is a database, right? So it's hard for me to read intentionality into a database.
Well, so is Eliza.
Yeah, but Eliza also breaks as soon as you realize that it's a database, right?
Right, but it actually affords racial.
Do you want to take back the stream?
Up until you know how it works.
I mean, discussion is good. Should you go on the screen? Or should we, well, it's up to you.
I'm enjoying the interpretation systems making of the word, and I'm trying to sort of form a model over time of the kind of the weird creative mind behind.
I just think it has a broken database.
What would they have put in here? Would they have put like Peter the bird in here?
Right, but in the same way, like I don't feel like I'm playing with the AI then, I'm playing with like the list of potential things that a team of people put together.
So in that case, so it seems like you're. So I think there's a couple of things operating here. One is that this phenomenon, the psychological phenomenon of making an intentional read of software can break.
Yeah.
Like once you, and so that's something to talk about. Does it cease to be AI once it breaks? And this is why mystery, I think, is important. Like AI is kind of a magic trick, and I think that part of it, just like when you learn how a magic trick works, the mystery disappears. I think you need the magic trick to perform the intentional read.
So one of the places where this might break a little bit is with an evolutionary algorithm, because there isn't necessarily intelligence that's guiding it. It's sort of coming out of the physics of the system. Only some of the things survived, but there wasn't anything that guided that. Right?
No.
The thing with the intentional read is that it doesn't matter how it's done, it matters how the player interfaces with it. Right? So I don't care if the weapons in Galacticons are made with an evolutionary algorithm or a grammar or a rule-based system, right? Like it doesn't matter.
Well, it's like you're training somebody to walk.
Okay, so I'm going to abdicate from hosting the stream. If are people still on the stream?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so you want to sum up the debate?
We've reached the point of defining things, which for me is always the sign that the event is over and it's time for alcohol, because I need something to deaden the feeling of things being defined in front of me. But I wanted to say a few things before we end. First of all, I'd originally planned a little discussion segment here, where I wanted you to go away and add to these design patterns with some computational creativity ideas. And I thought what was really interesting was, as Julian said, we couldn't think of a commercial example of AI as co-creator, because creativity...
Or creature creator.
I'll argue with you about it later.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I will. About foregrounding versus background.
Did it co-create? Okay, well, we'll talk about that later. You can remind me. they're only one example of commercial co-creation. But in general, creation or creativity, or the kinds of systems that many people in the audience and who will join the audience tomorrow work on, do not appear in games very often, and they should. And what I'd like to propose is, and I know some people here will be keen on doing this, is that in the evenings that you've got this week, some people will want to be hacking and making things, like we did at Darkstuhl with Contrabot and What Are You Doing? And I'd love you to come and join us, particularly if you've never made a game before, or you've never coded a line of game stuff before, or maybe we make a physical game that somehow incorporates computational creativity or something. But I think there's a lot of opportunity to do cool stuff out there, and I've been trying to convince people to do this more at ICCC in the past, because as you're going to see over the next few days, if you're new to ICCC, there's a lot of really cool software going on here, and a lot of really cool ideas, and it's ripe to be built into games. Before I close, there is one more thing I have to do, which is unfortunately a sales pitch. But it's one slide, so you won't hate me too much. I ran out of USB slots. Well, that's okay. We will just rattle through these as quickly as possible. There we go. So AID is a games conference that happens every year, normally in October, November time. This time it's happening in November. And myself, Antonio Sliapis, and Alex Zook are organizing a workshop there. It's called XAG, and you should really, really consider putting something in for it. Even though the deadline is not very long away. We're going to have 4 to 6 page papers, so they don't have to be very long. We've also got a demo track and a mini tool tutorial. So the idea of this is that you've made a library that does something cool, and you want to show people, but it doesn't take like an hour. It takes like 15 minutes and a web link, and you want to convince people to make something. So write up 500 words about it, throw it into XAG, and come and tell us all about it in sunny Santa Cruz this November. We've also got cool stuff. We've got like a track on failures. We want to know things that you did that went wrong, and we want you to evaluate and tell us why they went wrong, so that we can learn from them and laugh at you. Discuss it. But no, seriously, like we really think it's important, and we're hoping that track will be quite popular. And we're going to be jamming games, and we're going to hopefully have a mixer with indie devs where we come and play games with them and talk. And we're going to be really hipsterish, and there's going to be loads of stuff to play. And Antonios might do a game of Dungeons & Dragons with people, and all sorts of fun stuff. So please consider submitting something. I know it's a super short deadline, but particularly the demo and tools track.
Are those also due on the 7th or those later?
They are, but they're super mini. 500 words, 1 screenshot, a web link, and you're done. Sorry? Experimental AI for games. So our remit is we want papers that show new possibilities for game design, or for game developers, or for ways to play games. So we've had things like procedurally generating control schemes for tablet games to try and get a more accessible and interesting control scheme. So things that really afford new ways of interacting, much like the things that you've seen in this conference, in this talk that was just gone. It's 5 o'clock. We're about 10,000 feet above sea level, so you tire more easily and you dehydrate more easily. I'm going to declare this workshop finished. I really, really want to thank you all so much for coming, and the papers were absolutely incredible. Like, I could not believe how good all the work was that was presented here today. Thank you so much. Thank you for bearing with us on the stream as well, and thanks to Chong Yu, who couldn't be here. And I hope you'll join us all this evening. We'll be strewn all the way across Park City talking about things, maybe making things, I don't know. But whatever, I'm sure I'll get a chance to talk to you over the coming days. But thank you so, so much for coming here. This was a bit of a gamble doing the first workshop for ICCC, but I think it's gone really well. So thank you. And we're done.
Thank you much.
Thank you very much. And Chong Yu as well. Right. Stream people, well, all of us, if you want, I mean, I need some time to pack away. I'm sure everyone wants to go back to their rooms and relax. So you can organize yourselves in groups, I guess, to wherever you want to go this evening. But this room is going to be available. I know. Oh, it's going to be available. All right. Why am I saying this to the stream? You can't come. Well, you can if you're very local. But yes, I believe the rooms that we've booked are going to be available. There's not just this room. There's another couple of rooms. So, for instance, if you wanted to get together and do some hacking, I don't know whether that was what was on your mind, a la Darkstuhl, we can come do that. Or come back and just shoot the breeze here, whatever you want. I think it's air conditioned, so probably nicer than some of your rooms, I think. But yes, the room should be available. Please do come, get into groups, code stuff, and then ask for demand that Hanu makes a session at the end of the conference where you can present it. That'll be fun. If you can produce things in the space of the conference. But yeah, thanks very much, and please feel free to go and relax and go about your way.
Do you think should you and Mark and Julian and me get together to talk about that paper?
I was just gonna,
okay.
you know.